Thank you everyone for joining on this not very hot, not very humid day. It's good to start with the laughter. And going forward, I, Purushinder Singh, on behalf of Cuts International, would like to welcome everybody joining us here physically and also in person and virtually joining us on Zoom and YouTube. Thank you everyone for making this up to New Delhi. A lot of participants have been joining from different states, so I'd like to thank them as well. Welcoming everybody to the concluding conclave that is titled Defense News Conclave, Stories of US-India Defense and Security Partnership, Deliverables to Deliveries. And moving forward, today's main agenda and session is divided on the informative and effective discussion on understanding the relevance of US-India defense and India partnership, their evolving security partnership in the multipolar world, along with its growing presence in the Indo-Pacific region in particular. Today we start with an inaugural session to be followed by 3 panel discussions, which each of them would have Q&A session in the panel discussion. The first panel discussion will be of 1 hour, and the remaining 2 would have for 1 hour and 15 minutes each. Since there are many journalists in the house, I would request you all to pose your questions for the 3 panel discussions that we have. And I know your writing power and your power of the pen, but today I would also request you to pose questions during the 3 panel discussion. There are some house rules and announcements. We encourage the guests to keep their phones either on silent mode or flight modes. We are also joined virtually over Zoom and YouTube, and since this is being recorded, this will be later released on the Cuts YouTube channel. It is encouraged that the audience member post their questions, indicating relevant speakers during the 3 panel discussions to make the sessions even more further interactive. With this, I would like to invite the speakers of the inaugural session, General B.K. Sharma, Mr. Pradeep S. Mehta, Dr. Mukesh Agi, Ambassador Eric Garcetti, and Sri Mahaveer Singhvi. Before I further do, for the welcome note, I would like to request Major General B.K. Sharma, Director of the United Service Institution of India, to deliver the welcome note.
On behalf of the USI Council, I extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency Ambassador Eric Garcetti, other esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, the former service chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to Shri Mehta, the Secretary of Cuts International, to sign a memorandum of understanding with the USI for collaboration in promoting India's defense and security interests with other strategic partners across the globe. The event is part of this endeavor. USI is India's 155 years old research institution. It has about 16,000 members, which includes about 1,500 members from the civil services. The USI Council comprises high-ranking ex officio members as well as elected members of the Council who are drawn from different domains of expertise. And USI, in that sense, is typically a 1.5 track kind of a research establishment with tie-ups with about 50 global think tanks. The faculty of USI is invited by the US Embassy from time to time for indoor consultations whenever their high-powered delegations are visiting. Likewise, in the recent past, we've conducted events with USI Embassy and certain roundtable discussions here. And we are very fortunate that the Ambassadors of USA in India have been coming to USI to enlighten us on different strategic issues. As we know that in last 2 decades or so, India-US relations have been elevated to comprehensive global strategic partnership that is multi-layered and multi-sectoral. And there is a bipartisan drive in both the countries to further deepen this relationship. To this end, robust architectures and mechanisms are in place for a sustained and result-oriented strategic dialogue on regular basis. Powering the next generation defense and security partnership is an important pillar of our relations, and its key building blocks are civil nuclear cooperation, the foundational agreements like LIMOA, COMCASA, BICA, and recently signed India-U.S. Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, in short, Index X. Now, this Index X seeks a collaboration amongst various stakeholders from both the countries for promoting innovation in niche and emerging technologies, as well as the domains in the maritime, ISR, undersea communication, artificial intelligence, and space. And its scope and focus is very well encapsulated in Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technology Agreement. Co-development and co-production of advanced technology systems within the ambit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is Make in India, is yet another important facet of this collaboration. India is a privileged beneficiary of high-tech military equipment from US. A roadmap for India-U.S. defense industrial cooperation and the tie-up between JE Aerospace and HAL, ISRO, and NASA are the other high points of this relationship. There is an increase in joint military exercises, particularly the tri-service exercises, counter-terrorism drills, and advanced defense dialogues. The US has incorporated India into National Defense Industrial Strategy, which focuses on building resilient supply chains. A security of supply arrangement, what we call a SOSA, between the two countries is also under consideration. I'm sanguine that the 5 sessions of this seminar will dilate on some of these issues. There would be free and frank discussions and cross-fertilization of ideas, which would lead to some policy recommendations that would come handy in further deepening this relationship. Without further ado, I once again thank you for participation in this program. Jai Hind.
Thank you for welcoming everybody to USI's premises. That was Major General B.K. Sharma, Director of the United Service Institution of India, retired in 2012, specialized in strategic net assessment, as an accomplished author, speaker, and international representative. Thank you. With this, I would like to call upon Pradeep S. Mehta to deliver the inaugural session. Founder and Secretary General of CUTS International, he leads economic policy research and advocacy. He has served in advisory roles for India, Zambia, and the WTO's DG, and is a CII International Trade Policy Council member. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Puru. And let me begin with welcome you, adding to what Puru said. Let me thank you all for, not only on behalf of CUTS International, but USI and USISPF, our collaborators for this event. Not that it was a serious miss, but I thought useful to flag it again. And we are actually grateful very much to USI for co-hosting this event with us. With USISPF, on this particular topic, we go a little long way. We've had several collaborations, particularly in Washington. In fact, quite recently on defense issues itself, we had an excellent roundtable hosted by USISPF in Washington, D.C., which is a part of our 40th anniversary lecture series as well. We've been in existence for 40 years, and what we now are aiming to do is for the next 10 years as to what more is it that we could do. We are a global organization. We have centers in Washington, D.C., Geneva, abroad. 3 centers in Africa, Lusaka, Nairobi, Accra, and another in Hanoi. Now, I just thought it was a brief background. We work on a wide bandwidth of issues, which includes grassroots issues in southern Rajasthan particularly, which again is a very big area, sort of small area. We run about 50 farmer-producer organizations. A lot of the work that we do with grassroots helps us to connect with what's happening in Geneva or Washington and vice versa. So that way we are quite unique in that sense that we have our feet on the ground at the same time. I may be speaking to here in an air-conditioned room, but tomorrow I may be speaking from the floor in a village in Rajasthan, sitting on a carpet, as we call it, jajam carpet in Rajasthani language. It's quite enjoyable, actually. So that kind of connect is something which makes us unique as a global public policy research and advocacy group. Now, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to this first day, as has already been outlined by Puru, on this dialogues on deliverables to deliveries. This is a result, as he pointed out, a consequence of a series of workshops that we did around the country in order to raise media awareness about the US-India defense relations. And we did find that there was a lot of misunderstanding or lack of understanding that was clear. And many of you who had attended some of these workshops are here as well. And as Puru said, what would be useful is that in the panel discussions which we follow, please be as interactive as far as possible. This conclave has been organized under the Defense News Conclave project and supported by the US Department of State through the US Consulate General in Kolkata. It's a testament to the enduring and evolving US-India comprehensive global strategic partnership, which was referred to by General B.K. Sharma as well in his own opening remarks. We are fortunate to have collaborated with them as well as with USISPF. To this assembly of experts, media professionals, and relevant stakeholders. The theme of today's events highlights the US-India relationship as a defining strategic partnership. This relationship, while evolving, has reached new heights over the years, with India's designation as a major defense partner of the US, the signing of the foundational defense-related agreements, and a substantial number of joint military exercises in the Indo-Pacific region, which has again been flagged by General Sharma. Our objective today is multifaceted. Our aim is to act as a capacity-building initiative for media professionals, as we've been doing, and other relevant stakeholders, facilitate meaningful dialogues between experts and participants, and develop a better understanding of good practices in the joint development of advanced defense-related technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is particularly critical in promoting a positive narrative on the US-India defense and security partnership, especially in the context of the evolving geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geostrategic developments in the Indo-Pacific region. As we delve into today's agenda, we are reminded of the significant milestones that have been set and achieved in the US-India comprehensive global and strategic partnership, encompassing security and defense cooperation. The shift in geopolitical attention to the Indo-Pacific region and the associated developments, such as the coming together of Australia, India, Japan, and the US into the quadrilateral group, and the initiation of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, have made this partnership even more robust. This is underlined in the joint statement from the US and India following the momentous official state visit of our Honorable Prime Minister to the US in June 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the future status of this partnership will be a deciding factor in shaping security dynamics in the world, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. Therefore, it is crucial to highlight that among other deliverables, the US-India Defense and Security Partnership is key to securing a free, open, inclusive, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. This will ensure a better exposition of the deliverables to deliverables to deliveries on this vital partnership. In the mid to long term, sustaining a strong, innovative, and resilient defense industrial base will be paramount to the security and prosperity of the current world order. The US's first ever National Defense Industrial Strategy outlines that a modern defense industrial ecosystem is key to integrated deterrence and building enduring advantages for the US national security. Furthermore, this strategy discusses the need for sustained global partnerships and acknowledges that by working together, the US and its allies and partners can address capacity and capability gaps, enhance production capacities and capabilities, boost economic advantages, and reinforce alliances. We stand at an inflection point in this relationship, one that has been painstakingly built over time, starting from the nuclear deal that we had in the past administration. Now, there was a time when we bought no defense equipment from the US to gradually increasing our purchases, and now moving towards changing norms and regulations to reflect India's status as one of US's close friends, US-India Dosti. We have indeed come a long way, Your Excellency. Friends, technological areas have become one of the biggest growth areas of this partnership. In addition to defense, we see significant collaboration such as in climate change, clean energy, higher education exchanges, and scientific research spanning space issues to cybersecurity. The collaboration also extends to plurilateral frameworks such as the Quad and Indo-Pacific economic framework. As we navigate these complex and dynamic times, it is imperative for India to develop its defense and civil industrial base, especially as companies diversify their global supply chains away from China. India must act swiftly to capitalize on this window of opportunity before it closes. Just to give you a little aside on this, the other day I was talking to the Swiss economic counselor here, and now India has signed a free trade agreement with EFTA, which is the European Free Trade Area, which is Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. And one condition in that, which is very unique, is that our tariff concessions will be matched with their flow of investments. $100 billion is what they have committed. What the counselor told me was very interesting. He says there are 1,000 Swiss companies which have invested in China, of which 400 have invested in India as well. And we want those 600 companies to shift from China to India. So I'm just giving you the kind of, scenes, something which is happening, and I'm sure there are a lot of US companies also shifting. As we navigate these complex and dynamic times, it is imperative for India to develop its defense and, US should, in this effort, US should recognize India as a strategic partner by extending all such privileges as it does to treaty allies. And we may not be treaty allies, we'll continue to maintain our own foreign policy status as a strategic autonomy, but it does not prevent the US to treat us at the same level. This is, if you look at the larger picture, then it might be beneficial for both of us. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to mention that India and Russia's deep ties are in no way adversely affecting that with the US, something which Your Excellency had also raised. Russia is an all-weather friend of India. And it also acts as a counterweight to China, in a way, in some sense or the other. So therefore, our relationship with Russia will remain as it is, and we'll continue. Today, as it stands today, Russia is still the biggest equipment supplier, defense equipment supplier. But this is not an either-or situation, but a balancing act where there are other global partners that India allies with to fight the common enemy. India's relations with Russia are beneficial to India to counter the adversaries on its northern border, which is no reason for the US to feel uncomfortable. I would also like to conclude with expressing my gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, panelists and participants for participating and contributing to this whole project, including this conclave. Your insights and perspectives will be invaluable as we work towards strengthening the US-India defense and security partnership. Special mentions must be made to Dr. Mahavir Singhvi, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. He unfortunately had a bad viral attack, and just at the last moment he had to cancel. We would also like to mention the special mention of Shri Vishwesh Negi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Defense, and other representatives of the government who have come here. Their presence, Your Excellency, is a testament to Government of India's commitment and emphasis to this bilateral relationship. I look forward to the engaging discussion that will take place today, and I'm confident that our collective efforts will lead to meaningful outcomes that will further fortify this vital partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive opening remarks. Also, dear everybody, this project started in September 2021, so this has been over 2 years now. And the folders which you have, that has a compendium in it, which showcases surveys that we have done after a series of in-person workshops in different cities of India, and also a series of virtual workshops along other project deliverables, including a series of briefing papers. Going further, I would like now call upon Dr. Mukesh Aghi. He is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. In his current role, he works extensively with the business and government leaders in the US and India to promote trade and strengthening ties between the two countries.
Well, Ambassador, good to see you. And Pradeep, thank you. And Mr. Sharma, good to see you. And ladies and gentlemen, I come from the private sector. And I've been at this since the launch of DTDI. I've been working at it on and off. And I'm going to talk about what has worked and what has not worked. And the question you have to ask is this relationship, which is coming out as we see a shift in global balance of power. India's ambitions to be a great power, while China's dominance in the region and its aggressive nature towards the rest of the neighbors itself, what role does India and US can play together? I think more important, you have to ask the question, is this relationship compelled, more like an arranged marriage, or is this more of a love marriage? Because it's important that if we're going to have this partnership, it has to be a win-win partnership. You cannot have a partnership where things go one way or things go other way. And more important is you have to understand these are two democracies. And when political leadership changes, the bureaucratic leadership changes, a lot of intention, effort will also get into disarray. We have we have a Modi 3.0 here. We may have a different government in the United States, or probably President Biden will come back. I think, but you have to understand, we have to keep on driving the agenda between the two countries. And I'll talk purely on the defense side, because we work a lot on the commercial side. The trade is around $200 billion. We want to take it to almost $500 billion. We have around 272,000 Indian students. We want to take it to 500,000 itself. And they play a pivotal role in trying to drive the US economy. When you look at, on a formal basis, we have Quad, we have I2, U2, and after G20, the IMAC was announced itself. And the question is how effective and efficient all these are, and trying to basically make India much more self-sufficient in its defense requirement itself. I think when Ambassador led the Prime Minister's visit to the US, the state visit, I would say that was one of the highlights in the last 50 years of this relationship. The ISET was announced. Over 100 plus different intentions, agreements were signed from basically from quantum to cyber to AI. And more important is some of the crown jewels of US IP was agreed to be transferred. For example, the GE engines. For the first time, US had agreed to move almost over 80% of the technology to India. For the first time, you're going to see India will be generating hot jet engines in India itself. There are others which we have been working on, from quantum down to AI. But I think more important is the relationship has to be two ways. It can't be flowing in one way itself. I'll give you an example. U.S. companies, and I'm not trying to propose that in U.S. companies, you buy U.S. companies' weapons itself. It's more about technology transfer and partnership. Classic example is the current Stryker testing going on, General Dynamic product. The RFP of this product, or the requirement, was floated 18 years ago. Think about it. In the US, an average tenure of a public CEO is 12 quarters, 3 years. So by the time the RFP was floated and now it's gone down to the testing requirement, General Dynamic has changed almost 4 different CEOs, gone through multiple mergers, and technology has changed. And I think what really happens is it brings a sense of skepticism among the CEOs. Hey, why do I want to go invest? And you have to understand, in every technology in the US is owned by private sector. It is not owned by government. Government is more of a regulator trying to control through ITAR and other processes to move the technology. So I think it's important that as we look at the two-way relationship, we also look at the efficiency, trying to move things much faster, because that builds confidence in the private sector. You have to understand, private sector has a lot of opportunities going other part of the world itself. What's interesting is I was looking at some data. The Ukraine war has generated roughly $2 trillion market opportunity for defense companies. $2 trillion. They can take their Javelin, they can take their Stingers, and they can take other stuff to other market, which will give them ROI in a much faster fashion, because they are accountable to their board, they are accountable to their shareholders. So one of the key things is, if you're going to have this win-win partnership, we need to move things faster. Same thing with the MQ drones. I remember we started proposing this to President Obama, and it went through President Trump, then President Biden, that presidency also ending, and we've gone back to some other negotiation and technology transfer. So I think it kind of sends a message that the delayed process is not the right process itself. But other way around, I also would like to bring up to the attention of the US government. When we are trying to bring in Indian technology, Indian startups, into the US, and when they're able to set up operations there and they sell to the Defense Department, then they have to get permission from the US government to sell the same technology which was built in India back to India itself. So I think our regulations on both sides, the processes both sides, have to be streamlined, make it more efficient if this partnership is going to be successful. I think if I give you an example, almost 20 years ago, the Indian pharma industry started exporting generic drugs to the US. Today, India pharma industry has roughly around 30% of the market, and they bring in billions of dollars of savings to the US government and private citizens itself. And these are all FDA standard products which come in. And so that market increase, the market basically gain of the market share was driven in partnership with the government of India, but also in partnership with FDA to make sure the standards are kept on a global basis. Yes, there were times there were complaints about it, but I think it brought Indian industry on a global basis, and it became more of a global pharmacy for the rest of the world, especially when you look at during COVID time. India was able to produce a vaccine, very effective vaccine, and provide it to the rest of the world itself. I see the same vision going forward 20 years in the defense sector. I think if we can get the private-public partnership going, the talent which we have in India, especially on the software side, the talent we have, which is the US companies are putting into the country itself. I'll give you a very interesting example. Today we have 1,600 global capability centers in India. And they are exporting roughly $121 billion worth of services. But more important is they are generating one of the largest IP in those labs itself. I'll give you an example. Qualcomm, for example, 50% of the IP comes to labs in India itself. So I think what we are seeing is a much more integrated partnership among the private companies or US companies setting up bases here itself. So I think what we have to do is same thing on the defense side, be able to improve the processes, manage the regulation, so the strength, the energy of startups, not only just in the defense side, but also the space side, will pick up. Because if this relationship is going to be successful, it has to be win-win. If it's not win-win, then I think with time it's going to die away. And we look forward to working both with the government of US, both the government of India, startups, large company to make this partnership a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, giving the corporate background to the US-India defense relations. Now, as we wait upon, I would like to call upon Ambassador Eric Garcetti to deliver the keynote address. Ambassador Garcetti has been the former LA mayor, now the 26th US ambassador to India, is a Columbia alumni and Rhodes Scholar with significant contributions in public service, climate action, and pandemic responses.
Well, thank you. Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. I know it's comfortable seats. It is that hour when we're digesting our lunches. And I encourage you to move your shoulders, stand up if you need to, kick your feet, and I hope my words will keep you awake. But let me start first by thanking BK Sharma for welcoming me back to USI, a wonderful hidden castle, I call it here. The architecture, which is stunning, the thoughts and the convening power, which is powerful, and of course, institutions mean nothing just as walls and spaces. It's really the people behind them. So thank you for being such a great connector of people and ideas and of progress. And Pradeep Mehta, thank you as well for answering the call of our Kolkata consulate and of our mission here, a mission on a mission, by the way, the US mission in India, to come together, and Cuts International do such an excellent job convening this US-India Defense News series of conclaves that is culminating here today. I also want to thank our senior defense official, Admiral Mike Baker, who's coming to the end of his really illustrious and quite accomplished time here. I feel really honored to serve alongside him and Minister Councilor Gloria Berbena, who is here as well, heading up our public diplomacy efforts. And a shout out to our Consul General Melinda Pavik, who's not here, but I know represented in our entire Kolkata consulate, which if you are a student of US-India history, it's the second oldest consulate that the United States has in the world. 1792 we established it. The first one, if you're curious, is Lyon, France. And then we appointed somebody in 1792 because back then Consul General Joy was in the east coast of the brand new United States. There was no west coast. He took 2 years to get here, and Benjamin Joy arrived in 1794. If it were today, by the time you arrive, they'd say, that's the end of your tour now. You got to get to your next one. But it's some place that we feel that depth of the US and Indian people that have been interacting for centuries. A proud history in which we advocated, even against a close ally, the British, for the independence of this country. A place in which we celebrated last night our National Day and looked at the space-themed history of our two nations and the way that US missiles were the first that were launched to look at rockets for the Indian space program. Our ties are deep, our ties are ancient, our ties are increasingly broad, and today I think that culminates together as we look at the US-India defense partnership. And Mukesh Aghi, it's always a pleasure to be with you. Another superstar down here, Ashley Tellis, who was part of the kitchen cabinet helping me before I got here, and an alum of our embassy as well, but a great thinker about US-India work, and all of you who, everybody here is a VIP. I recently returned 2 days ago from about 5 weeks away, the longest I've spent away from India, 3 weeks working in Washington, D.C. and the East Coast, and a couple personal weeks, well, one personal week and one in which I was in the Arctic Circle. That's for another speech, another time. But as I looked in Washington, I always say that the years tell us things that the days cannot see. It's important to take breathers away from the day-to-day urgent work in order to see the importance and the movement. But also sometimes leaving the place of the work gives you the perspective to hear how people see that work, certainly from our national capital of Washington, D.C. And a year after the Prime Minister came for that historic, yes, one of the highlights of post-independence India's relationship with the United States, there is nothing that has died down in the enthusiasm, the focus, the relationship of Americans towards India. If anything, it continues to accelerate, even when we don't have our heads of state visiting each other, even as two great democracies go through two great elections. Let me tell you that it's like water percolating after the rain into the soil. It's really getting now into the bedrock, into the reservoirs of looking in Washington, where everybody came up to me at the Chief of Mission Conference, which brings all the ambassadors of the world for the United States together, CEOs, cabinet secretaries, White House officials, senior administration appointees, who all said, I need to know what's going on in India. I might be representing another country or serving in another country. I might not yet have a business enterprise in India, but everybody is telling me I need to know India. And the urgency of that for the American side towards India is certainly mirrored here every single day. Where just our 1-year anniversary video got 540 million views here, which I know is kind of small potatoes when you're in India, but something that really cut to the core of how much we increasingly feel the same way and think the same way. The question is now, can we move the same way? In other words, if our heads and hearts are aligned, the big question, I would say, is can we align our feet? And how quickly can we do that? You know, if Ashley Tellis is probably sick of answering questions for a headline he didn't write about whether this was a good bet for our two countries. And he and I think, both see eye to eye that this is not a bet. People don't bet on each other. Imagine if we made that about relationships, friendships, marriages. I'm making a bet on this fiancé, and it's going to be win or lose. Either I'm going to win, and it's a successful marriage, or I'm going to lose. Or this friendship. This is my buddy, but I'm going to make a bet on him. It's the wrong metaphor, and one that we should discard once and for all. Put it in the ground, lay it to rest. This is not a bet. It is a commitment. It is a relationship. It is true, it is trusting, it is tried, and it is tested. And you know, as the old cliche goes, the thing about love, which is the basis, I think, of most friendships and relationships, is love is the only thing you can give more of and receive more of it back. It's not a finite thing. It's not a win or lose. It's not a zero-sum game. It's important for us as Americans and as Indians to remember the more we put into this relationship, the more we will get out. The more we insist on kind of cynical calculation in the place of trusted relationship, the less we will get. But the more that we trust, not always what do I get out of this transaction today in exchange for something I'm giving, but that I give without thinking about that. Trust me, you will receive more back in both sides. That's certainly been my governing philosophy as ambassador and leader of this mission. It's also been what I've been trying to impress upon Americans. Because this relationship in Washington is a special one indeed. It is very wide. In Washington today, where very few things unite American political leaders, it is bipartisan, it is bicameral, and it is bi-branch. But as I also remind my Indian friends, while it is wide and it is deeper than it's ever been, it is not yet deep enough. That if we take it for granted from the Indian side towards America, I'll fight a lot of defensive battles trying to help this relationship ahead, but this senator or this member of Congress, concerned about an NGO, concerned about a religious group, concerned about a human rights issue, concerned about the things that sometimes we pretend don't exist, but we must actually confront and find a good language to talk about. We are a little bit from two different cultures in which we say all the time, please do criticize us. We criticize ourselves. And then he says, no, it's not the role of countries to criticize each other. And then once in a while, we might say something critical, and he say, why are you criticizing us? Countries shouldn't do that. But if you look at the circles that unite our values, they're not completely concentric, but they mostly overlap. I would say 80 to 90%. And let us not, in the words of Freud, take the narcissism of small differences and focus on the small crescents on the outside and ignore that huge middle in which two democracies that embrace elections, that's a contrast with autocracies and dictatorships. Two, that do not want to project our power in the world, but that seek peace. That's different than countries who violate borders or who want to break or rewrite international rules. You see, we have much more in common, and indeed it cuts to the heart of who we are, to let those small differences let others either for us or even people in our own country say, no, 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 we're not looking at the world the same way. Because I fundamentally believe we are. India sees its future with America, and America sees its future with India. Full stop. Any objective observer has to see that. We see it in our commerce, we see it in our people, and certainly we see it in our security and our future. So with that as a backdrop, how do we move our feet together? How do we build that continued deep trust? And how do we have the outcomes that meet the security threats of this moment? Because if we only look inward, neither the United States nor India in the Indo-Pacific will keep up with the pace of threats today. Let me say that again. If we only look inward, neither India nor the U.S. will keep up with the pace of threats today, be they state actors on your border that we also are concerned about in this region and in other regions, be that climate change and the threats that we see with 800 million people, the largest population threatened by climate change here in this country, or whether we see it in even the development of standards around artificial intelligence, or what country will get to quantum computing and decrypt the world's computers overnight if they get there first. The stakes for our technological innovation together, the stakes for our climate action together, and the stakes for our military cooperation have never been higher because the pace of change has never been faster. So as we look at the future, we have to look first at the foundation that we have. The U.S.-India Defense Partnership, which stands among the most consequential in the world. When our Commander-in-Chief and my President, Joe Biden, asked me to take this position, he said this was the most important country in the world to him, something that I know no U.S. president has ever said about India in our history. And I witnessed the emotional impact of the state visit for Prime Minister Modi to Washington, a place where he had come as a 20-something-year-old and gazed through the gates at the White House, at a place that embodied the ideals and the power of the #1 country in the world at the time, and then to be welcomed, embraced, and hugged here in that place now as leader of the most populous country in the world, one of the most powerful economies, and one of the most innovative groups of people. He now could see that this stakes were both personal but also indeed very special and natural. And central to this partnership has been a commitment to values. I remember being with NSA Doval, and I was telling him my kind of thesis that I shared with you, that our hearts feel the same and our heads think the same strategically, and he corrected me. He said, it's more than that, Eric. He said, this is an ideological battle of our time between extremism and democracy, between religious extremism, between political extremism, and countries who say that shouldn't be the way that human beings live and develop on this earth. Our defense partnership has to embrace those same values: transparency, openness, dialogue, engagement with the media, and thank you to the media for being here. This commitment to meaningful exchange through conclaves like this is about a process that, yes, sometimes is behind closed doors for security reasons, for any defense conversation, but also that is a public conversation in contrast to places in the world where things are being developed that citizens don't even know about, that are threats both domestically and internationally. When we look at how we approach friendship, it isn't just two countries together. And one of the notes that I wrote is, we don't just see our future in India, and India doesn't just see its future with the U.S., but the world can see great things in our relationship. In other words, there are countries on the sideline hoping this relationship works, because if it does, it doesn't just become a counterbalance. It becomes a place, if we're developing weapons together, if we're integrating our training together, if we are figuring out a way for our leadership to know each other, that in times of emergency, whether that be a natural disaster or, God forbid, a human-caused war, U.S. and India will be a powerful ballast against the waves that will sweep over Asia and other parts of the world. And I think we all know that we're interconnected in the world. No war is distant anymore. And we must not just stand for peace, we must take concrete actions to make sure those who don't play by peaceful rules, that their war machines cannot continue unabated. That's something that the United States needs to know and that India needs to know together. In the past 3 years, we've witnessed countries who ignore sovereign borders. I don't have to remind India how important borders are. That's the central principle to peace in our world. I come here not to teach and preach or to lecture, but always to listen and learn, but to remind us of those commonly shared values. Through violence and destruction, as Prime Minister said, that is not the age that we live in. But together, India and the United States can move against the idea that might makes right, and maybe just invert that to prove that right can make might. That when we stand on those principles and stand together, even in difficult times with friends, that we can show that principles are the guiding light of peace in our world. And together, the world's 2 largest democracies can enhance the security, the stability of our region. Our troops today conduct joint training and operations from the mountains of Alaska to the Indian Ocean. Our forces have strong connections. They know each other from the command level to now the early recruits who have been side by side, from special forces to folks that are doing intelligence work to folks that are developing weaponry and everybody in between. So at the strategic and operation and tactical levels, Indians and Americans know each other. Our defense industries are increasingly interconnected, but I want to echo the call that Mukesh said. We have to accelerate that. We can't cling too much in the United States to here's our products, please buy them, and India can't cling too much to only make in India to the point where you might get more made in India, but our main adversary will outpace you in that very same time on whatever advances you make. It's not an either-or between buying and developing. We must do both, and by the way, train, interoperate, and understand each other's systems, because the greatest equipment in the world means nothing if you don't know how to use it and use it together. When we look at how we depend now on India for U.S. Apache helicopters, C-130 transport aircraft, in making key components here, we are with you for the long haul. This wasn't a year or 2 long bet. This is a decades-long relationship of trust. And our leaders have pledged to go further. And let me say, I've witnessed something. We can read leaders, as we might have done this week, leaders' agreements all the time. Look through the ones that are kind of dressed up versus the ones that have to be edited down. I was told when we had the Prime Minister's visit that a state visit that has 5 to 10 deliverables is a very strong visit. At our peak, we had 173 separate deliverables that the United States and India were working on together. And let me tell you, both of our bureaucracies, when we don't call each other, get a knock on the door and say, hey, what are we doing on that thing from last year? From space to the seabed and everything in between. We are working on culture, on education, on defense, on trade. Even the California almonds that you enjoy, with tariffs coming down, will have a record year. And don't forget, 4 California almonds for your baby helps their brain development here. I always got to put that pitch in. But we have so much that we are doing together that we need to figure out a way to work closely on vital priorities that increase our mutual prosperity, that counter our climate crisis, uphold a rules-based order, and support respect for human rights. All of those must be priorities for both of us. As a major supplier now of Indian defense equipment, we've gone from near zero in 2008 to approximately $25 billion in 2023. We understand there's legacy equipment. You've got to be battle ready. You need spare parts for that. But as you look at the future, we know where the best systems, the best weapons are coming from, and it's not because we're trying to open up new markets. As Mukesh said, don't look at this cynically. Our companies can go all around the world today. They have too much business. But it's my personal opinion, if they are not here in India, we will miss the most important investment we can collectively make for the next 2, 3, 4 decades, which is that co-development, that co-production, and also, again, that cooperation. So whether it's Apache helicopters, P-8 maritime surveillance aircraft, whether it's the M777 howitzers, or some of the things that we've talked too long about. We've got to strike this moment, strike and get the strikers here. We have to figure out a way to throw that javelin and get it here. We have to figure out the ways that we can get past talking. And we realize there's work on the American side to accelerate that. Sometimes our own defense industries move too slowly. But let me tell you something from Washington. Every defense official I spoke with said the United States of America has not gone through a defense industry planning moment like the United States is doing right now. War in the Middle East and in Ukraine has made us all realize that our capacity has to be increased. Do you want to be co-architects of that moment, or do you want to be bystanders? I would say as co-architects of that moment, we can do so much to develop an industrial policy for our military that braids into India's military industrial planning as well, and actually looks at places where India can help America with its defense needs, as well as vice versa, an increasingly kind of two-way street and relationship as well. From ISET to IDEX, I like anything with an I because I know it's always standing for India. The Quad, we should call it the I-Quad. The Quad to I2U2. These are critical pillars of the future development of a defense, technology, and strategic and diplomatic relationship as well. And I think as we look at the work that we have done in our NSAs that were just together 2 weeks ago, NSA Sullivan and Doval, setting the vision for the next chapter of our strategic partnership by looking at the critical emerging technologies that will be security, technology that some countries want to use to divide us and harm us, and their own citizens, by the way, or technology that can connect us and protect us, detect for us disease, be used as a positive vision, not used to spy on us, but used to actually make sure that relationships deepen, that access to capital, as we've seen UPI do here in this country, can inspire us. We have plenty to learn from each other, but let's accelerate the work we are doing and the outcomes. And the roadmap for U.S.-India defense industrial collaboration initiated last year really served as a catalyst for strengthening India's capacity, enhancing its indigenous defense production, facilitating some of our technology sharing, and promoting supply chain resilience. So as we work on this, let's spur investment. Let's find those startups, not just the big boys and big girls who are coming together at the top, but that next startup, as we're doing with IndusX and our Space Force, with 2 Indian companies that are helping us meet a need of our Space Force by matchmaking. Our small business administrator will be coming here to India in a little bit over a month, and we're talking about a portal that will match startups on both sides of the Indo-Pacific to find each other and to be able to be the next vision of space and defense collaboration. And we're seeing progress, too, on what we can do on maintenance, repair, and overhaul. We want India to be a place that we come to fix our ships, to look at our aircraft. We know that that creates jobs, the #1 priority of this government here in India. India needs to create 1 million jobs a month for the next 20 years. Boy, am I glad I'm not a leader here in India, but I can only imagine the stress that that causes. But we've got some solutions by adding to those MRO facilities, whether they be in the civil aviation sector and commitments we've seen from General Electric and from Boeing, or whether it's in the defense sector, where we can see great jobs for Indians, great service for our military, and in times of war, a strategic stop in a place where we don't have to worry about, in the heat of war, how we can keep our ships and our planes and our equipment going. We're already seeing progress. In July of last year, the USNS Salvor docked at the Larsen & Toubro shipyard in Kattupalli, which is near Chennai, and made it the 3rd U.S. Navy ship successfully completing its maintenance and repair here in India. These are huge. We look forward to finalizing a security of supply arrangement, or a SOSA, a key priority in our roadmap, to integrate these ecosystems and maybe even one day to be able to make sure that Indian ships and equipment, as they go further out in the world, can use American maintenance and repair facilities and vice versa. I know that India, and I respect that India, likes its strategic autonomy. But in times of conflict, there is no such thing as strategic autonomy. We will, in crisis moments, need to know each other. I don't care what title we put to it, but we will need to know that we are trusted friends, brothers and sisters, colleagues, that in times of need can the next day be acting together. That we'll know each other's equipment, that we know each other's training, we'll know each other's systems, and we'll know each other as human beings as well. And so as we look at everything from our Indus-X joint challenges to the US-India trade relationship and creating something more frictionless so that we can up from that $200 billion to one day the $500 billion that then Vice President Joe Biden talked about. When we look at the exercises that we're doing, and now we are proud to be India's #1 exercise partner, the 27th edition of Exercise Malabar, for instance, off the coast of Sydney in August 2023 illustrated how the Quad is coming together as a strategic partnership that is going to uphold a rules-based order here in the Indo-Pacific, or whether it was the third Tiger Triumph, which I went to myself to look at, where we brought the amphibious transport dockship USS Somerset. We focused on a humanitarian emergency, but the lessons learned go beyond humanitarian emergencies to those moments that we all pray will never happen, whether they're on your northern border or whether they're in the East China Sea, whether in the Straits of Taiwan, or whether they're in the Middle East. And I'm so proud to see our great dear friend India, our partner, in this time of conflict, doing an incredible job with 10 ships that were in the Western Indian Ocean, taking on something not just for India but for the world against piracy, special operations that were able to take out the hijackers of the world shipping trade. This is something that America has had the burden of for so long, and we love having a partner that is doing that with India and doing it so brilliantly as well. So let me conclude. Don't take this relationship for granted, but enjoy every day of it. Pay something into it. It's like a marriage. If you don't have date night, you're not going to have a strong marriage. Find out those moments and those places when we're not asking something from each other, to just say, I believe in you. I believe in this relationship. I believe in its people. I believe in its potential. Let's listen to each other's needs better than we do today. And let's make sure that we look at each other not as a bet. Neither of us is a bride or a groom to be wooed, or everyone's friend at the party, but a strong set of powers that want to see a future together as two countries and a world in which we act together for the greater good. We have to look to actions that reduce conflict as well as standing in principle against war, whether that means in our own companies domestically and where they do international trade, or whether it means the development of technologies like the semiconductors that will win the next war just as much as any systems or missile technologies will as well. Some of you have heard me say, I loved, when I was taking Hindi in college, the expression, our teacher loved Hindi expressions, and one of my favorite was always alag desh, alag rivaj, another country, another custom. But I think increasingly what we have is not a description of two countries with different customs. It is do desh, but it is ek dil. We have one heart that is coming together in a different way, that feels that the future cannot just be defined by principles. It must be defined by friendship, it must be defined by trust, and that the US and India together are an unstoppable force for good in the world. Thank you all so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Just like how the US-India relation is, we are off to a good start, and it's a promising one. Thank you again, Ambassador Gassetti, for those keynote address.
I'm sort of tempted to speak about it particularly. The world saw the elections in India which happened. We are an alive democracy. That also proved, in spite of the fact that what was aspired here happened in Britain. And so far.
Yes.
The fact is that what we are worried about, many of us in India, is the kind of future elections in the US. There is already a lot of resistance to Biden standing among the Democrats. You are a Democrat?
I'm a diplomat now.
No, but at least in US, I did find that civil servants are not sort of diffident about speaking about their political alignments.
I have something called the Hatch Act now, which prohibits me from saying anything political. So
Now,
democracies are wonderful to watch.
no, Ambassador, the future is also a little uncertain if Trump comes in, which is most likely to happen as it stands.
We'll see.
So what we are worried about is that the world's greatest democracy, one of the greatest democracies, could also not think about electing Eric Garcetti as the president.
Well, I'll say this. Our relationship has developed no matter who has been our national leader.
No.
It's gone from party to party to party.
This is off
But
the
I
agenda.
appreciate that. I don't know why you'd wish the U.S. presidency on any friend of yours.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
No, having been mayor of one of the largest cities in U.S., I'm sure you are fully qualified and
I
equipped.
appreciate that.
I've been to LA. I've got a lot of relatives there. Buddy.
Good, good.
Half my family are Americans.
We'll see what the future holds.
Can we have the token of appreciation also, please?
These are 40 years medallion,
Thank you.
and we've also
That's great.
no bouquet, but
Oh, a tree.
yeah.
That's wonderful.
And then
In the Sun event.
and then certificate.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is good.
Mukesh. Thank you. And please hang it in your room.
I will. Thank you.
And keep this on your table.
Thank you. Thanks.
Ambassador, keep that on your
I
table.
will, absolutely. Great challenge, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With this, I'll request everybody to come at the center stage. We'll have a group photo. Thank you, everyone, for their patience. Now we'll start with the first session that we have, the panel discussion. Since we have adequate breaks for tea and coffee, I would request everybody to be seated, and then we break off for the tea and coffee at 5 o'clock. So that is less than 1 hour. For the first session, that is celebrating India-U.S. defense ties, the most consequential 21st century partnership, I would like to call upon first the moderator, Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja, founding co-chair, India-U.S. DTTI Inter-Agency Task Force and Distinguished Fellow, Cuts WDC Center. Our panelist, Dr. Ashley Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs and a Senior Fellow at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Brigadier Arun Sehgal, Senior Fellow, Strategic and Regional Security, Delhi Policy Group. Captain Sarabjit Parmar, Distinguished Fellow, Center for Military History and Conflict Studies at the USI. And Pramit Pal Chaudhary, Head of India Practice, Eurasia Group. All right, with this, over to our chair and moderator, General Ahuja.
After this invigorating opening session, and with such a stellar panel that is, I have been called upon to moderate, and with the time that is, limited time that is available, we are at 4:10, 4:15 now, and we have barely an hour or so. So I'll try and keep my opening remarks to the minimum, although I was given about 8-10 minutes, I'll cut them out. Just to put the thing in context, this session, we are looking at it as setting the foundation for the remaining 2 days of deliberation. And I don't need to repeat what Ambassador and the other members in the opening session said about the depth of our relationship, said in many ways. I mean, somebody said engagement, estrangement to engagement, overcoming hesitation of history. And just a couple of days back, Kurt Campbell said, we have reached the escape velocity. well, whatever you may say, it's the relationship where we are. In this session, basically the scope laid out for us is evolution of trajectory of India-US defense relationship, an overview of landmark agreements, acquisitions, military exercises, evolving trends, newer domains of cooperation, and role of media in shaping the relationship. What I would say is alternative messaging, if I may say that. Now, we've all, I think there's nobody in this audience who's not aware of the agreements that we've had about the acquisitions that we made from the US. Let me try and put the trajectory in context. Now, the defense relationship started about a decade ahead of the India-US civil nuclear deal. The series of Malabar exercises, which started as a bilateral India-US exercise. Japan came in 2015, Australia came in 2020. Now, this preceded India-US civil nuclear deal by a decade. Early 90s, we had Defense Policy Group, we had the Military Cooperation Group, and we have the executive steering groups of the various services. And we had series of exercises. The army exercises, that Yuddha Abhyas that we talk of, started way back in 2002. Our air forces started exercising together in 2004. And our special forces, 2010. NSG, 2015. And our tri-service exercises, amphibious exercise, 2019. So what I'm trying to say is that today, if we have gone so far, if we are exercising the way we are doing, not only with Indo-PACOM, we are doing it with Central Command now. We had, last year, we participated in exercise Bright Star in Egypt. So the issue is that the way things have evolved, and perhaps defense relationship has contributed substantially to creating an environment of our cooperation and our interaction. Now, there is a method in deepening of this relationship, even the acquisitions. Like Ambassador mentioned in his remarks, till 2008, we practically had no acquisitions. Then we started acquisitions for acquisitions to fill our operational requirements. Then we came to things like ultralight howitzers, where we said, oh, okay, we'll do assembly and integration and testing here in India. We'll set up centers. Progressively, we moved into manufacturing. Now we are talking of co-production, we are talking of co-development. So there is a method by which we are moving in a particular direction. Various accords. I mean, you've all heard of SISMOA, LEMOA, and BECA. You've all heard of it. Now here, we started from divergences like not calling a foundational agreement. We said, oh, we'll call them enabling agreements. It's okay. We'll not call it LSA, we'll call it LEMOA for whatever it is. So we knew how to work with it. We had DTTI. Some people have written it off, wrote it off. I still maintain it's been a silent enabler. Definitely, we couldn't have arrived at our agreement for engines in the first time the NSAs met last year in January. It couldn't have happened in the flash of a minute. So we built a relationship. And now what we have a look is that for some time, Defense and security were the unequivocal central pillar. That's that, beat it. There was no question about it. But then, during the current administration, we saw that the relationship has been State Department led, it has been diversified, and in addition to our mill-to-mill actions, we are adding ballast to our relationship. We've gone in for cooperation in defense industry. We've gone in for cooperation in technology, because these are not plug-in and plug-out things. And today, when we work together, we are looking at deepening this relationship, looking at going to multi-domain capability development across civil and military applications. And here, to deepen the relationship, we have to find ways that when we forge a relationship for 40 years by getting any equipment, it has something for the US, it has something for India. Technology is not about technology alone. Technology is about strategic underpinnings. It is to provide a platform for that. So it is this context that we are talking of. We are not narrating the agreements that we've had or the equipment that we purchased. I think I'll not touch on that. So for all this, I've got with me, the first speaker will be Brigadier Dr. Arun Sehgal, Senior Fellow for Strategic and Regional Security at Delhi Policy Group. He's been the founding director of the Office of Net Assessment at Headquarter IDS, a well-known strategic analyst. He's taught many generations of us, including me, in our War College, in our Staff College, and he'll talk about the future of India-U.S. defense partnership in this century. He'll be followed by Dr. Ashley Tellis, who requires no introduction. And he has been part of this journey. He was with the State Department during 2005 to 2008, during the period of Indo-U.S. civil nuclear deal. Presently, he is Counselor of National Bureau of Asian Research. He holds the Tata Chair of Strategic Affairs, Senior Fellow at Carnegie Endowment, and his area of focus is Asia and Indian subcontinent. Amongst his many books that he has written, the recent one, Striking Asymmetries, Nuclear Transition in Southern Asia, he'll speak on geopolitical and strategic dimensions of this relationship. Thereafter, I'll call upon Captain Sarabjit Parmar, a former naval aviator. He brings his experience of commanding 2 naval ships and a Sea King squadron, and being part of expedition to Antarctica. He's been part of Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Study and Analysis, NMF, and he's presently Distinguished Fellow here at USI. He'll speak about the maritime dimension of this relationship, the most consequential convergence that we have. And we are also fortunate to have with us Mr. Pramit Pal Chaudhary. He's a distinguished journalist with over 3 decades experience and a foreign affairs editor of Hindustan Times. He's a specialist in analysis of India's foreign policy and political economy. Presently heads the South Asia practice of Eurasia Group and fellow at Antara Espen Center of India. He'll speak to us on the role of media in shaping public opinion and its influence on our relations. He'll also touch on aspects of technology and innovation in our relationship. So, over to Brigadier Sehgal.
Thank you, General Ahuja, for your kind remarks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to talk about, first try to locate where we are, a reality check of our relationship. Then, since we're talking about the 21st century, I'm going to talk about how do we evolve this relationship over the medium term. The idea not is that what is happening today, we all understand what is happening today, but I'll try to put across what is the medium term environment and what are the key systems that we have developed. And then we also looking at our operational priorities for the future. And we also are going to look at how we evolve this bilateral cooperation and the proposed action plan. All these are in very bullet forms, so I will try and stick to my time. First and foremost is, like General Ahuja said, we have covered all grounds, we have set the stage for a very strong and robust relationship. The issue now is, how do we move forward? We have a strong transactional relationship of $25 billion. We have systems. We have, after the Prime Minister's visit to U.S., we have GE 414 and other production lines in the pipeline. We have also got the MQ-9B drones, which were, after due hesitations, they are, I understand, are now on track. We have evolved on the ISET, a unique experiment in strategic innovation for co-development and co-production of critical and emerging technologies. And we also have IDEX, which is an effort to streamline and broad-base our defense ecosystem. So we have achieved all that. Now, how do we look at things from our perspective? From now onwards, the real need is to advance the relationship forward towards co-production and co-development. We have to move in that direction. The co-production and co-development has got one more meaning. This is a meaning from moving from transactional relationships to commitment. When you do co-development, you are putting systems in place, you are putting investments in place, and you are developing a defense ecosystem and a defense supply chain. So this is what we need to do. Now, coming to what is going to be the strategic environment over the next 10 to 15 years. Two things we need to understand. During this period, in next 10 to 15 years, India will have a 10 to 12 trillion dollar economy. Chinese will have close to about 22, 23 trillion dollar economy. These economies are going to be trade oriented, financial oriented, and they're also going to be a large construct of military modernization. So the issue is, how do these economies and how do these constructs relate to each other in the Indo-Pacific arena? And the important part of this whole system is this, is that China will remain a focal challenge purely because, in my view, China is an unsatiated power. It is looking at a global, not really hegemony, but looking at a global space in which it can dominate, and it will be a constructive player. So, in this scenario of strong economic power, strong military power, China is the main enemy. What is happening in the rest of the Indo-Pacific? What is happening in the Indo-Pacific is there is a new architecture of strong cooperative defense architecture is being put in place through trilaterals, quadrilaterals, particularly in East Asia and Pacific, which is creating a wall of strong elements of power and partnerships along the first island chain and backed by the second island chain. Here, the issue is China is slightly straddled. China is straddled in the sense that Taiwan is a contingency which, if I just come back from the U.S., I mean, it's the most talked about word is when the China is going to attack Taiwan. My view is China is not going to attack Taiwan in a hurry. It's not going to attack Taiwan in a hurry primarily because China is not ready to attack Taiwan in a hurry. But the fundamental issue on the other hand is this, is that having a dominated space from north to south up to the Philippines by the new US-based alliance system in this region, China is getting constrained. Now, what is the second element of this development is this, that during this period, China is trying to start looking westwards. It's going to look westwards because its trade is going to be coming there, its interests are going to be there, and China is going to be looking more of a global south player. Now, if you look at CRINC, there's a new word called the CRINC, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, you remove North Korea out of it, but the rest of the elements, along with Pakistan and in the Pacific, in the Persian Gulf, so this whole element becomes an important part and parcel of the new developmental process. So here, the issue is westward movement of China. So in my perception, in next 10 to 15 years, what will we see? We see at least one carrier battle group, one or two task forces, up to one or two nuclear submarines, and one or two SSBNs in station in Indian Ocean region. So this is the kind of element of challenge that we have to see. So this is something which we need to take care of. And also along with that, the continental challenge that India will have. What's the bottom line? The bottom line is, while there is a reasonable stability in the Asia Pacific, IOR is going to be the new kid in the block which might get out of control and which might see much larger degree of threats. So what are the operational requirements during this period? What we're going to look, the operational requirements that come about are standard ISR, C4, command and control, territorial defense, defense and offensive capabilities, long-range terminal air defense systems, attack submarines, etc., etc. If this is the scenario, what should be our approach? We have three types of systems in place in our country as we evolve. We have existing systems, reasonably well developed, require a little bit of tweaking, which we need a certain degree of partnerships. But we are also emerging systems. You see our long-range cruise missiles, shoulder-wire weapon systems, AI, all kinds of systems are coming up where we need support and partnerships. And third, of course, is the ISET. And this is where we need a larger degree of partnership. So when we look at our relationship, we have to take cognizance of focusing on two specific areas. One is the emerging technologies, and second is the future technologies. So what are the kind of technologies that we should be looking at? Sorry for this thing, but this is something important. Defense against cruise vehicles, supersonic, hypersonic, cyber, high-power laser, electromagnetics, AI, quantum. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that when you go into these kind of technologies, you are entering into a high-end domain. And when you're dealing with another country on the high-end domain, it's not so simple as signing an agreement by two diplomats. Because everybody wants to protect his technology. He's concerned about where is it going, how much is will be protected, how do I develop a production line, or what is my development thesis, how much is the other guy going to input into this. That's the issue that comes into play. So when we are trying to develop our partnership, there are certain steps that we need to take. First, we have to see is in terms of Indo-Pacific, what are the criterias? What are the criterias for us? Which are the key technologies that we need to develop? And how do we go about developing these technologies? So until and unless we do this step-by-step approach and come to systems that we require, what are the kind of prioritize these systems, we do capability mapping, and on the basis of capability, we do some bilateral cooperation agreements. That's where it's going to be. It's going to be a long haul. It's not a simple process. My personal view is any co-production agreement will be 5 to 7 years down the line. 5 to 7 years down the line, and if you're looking at co-development, it is 10 to 15 years down the line. Do not believe that you're going to get the fruits tomorrow. Finally, when I talk about Indo-U.S. defense partnership and co-production and co-development, there are two issues which I like to highlight. At a bilateral is a consequential strategic partnership, deepened engagement in defense efforts of capability development and creating defense industrial base. But at the multilateral level, which is more important, that's the more important area, that's a new area that we are talking about, is through Quad and other trilateral engagements, synergize technological innovation and development of allies and partners to maintain a leading edge in the Indo-Pacific through combined and integrated military and technological power. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier Sehgal. He's very comprehensively covered, to my mind, about 7-8 points. He has highlighted the China challenge for all of us, how it's moving westwards in the maritime domain, where we need cooperative structures in the Indo-Pacific. He's highlighted the continental challenges that exist alongside, and some suggestions about moving forward, the areas in which we need to go, like ISR and various other spheres that he has mentioned. Our approach, two-track approach, one related to maturing the gaps in our existing technology and cooperation in emerging technologies, and finally, in India-U.S. defense future. He's spoken of capability development by bilateral cooperation and in the multilateral fora by technological cooperation in that entire fora. Thank you very much, sir, for covering it very comprehensively. Over to Ashley.
Thank you, General Ahuja. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this afternoon. Thank you to CUTS. Thank you to all the sponsors of this event. I was asked to look back and offer some reflections based on the trajectory of where we've come over the last 20 years. And I think the only way to describe it is that it has been an extraordinary journey in a way that we probably could not have foreseen when we began walking this road. I was very privileged in the early years of the first decade of this century to be based in Delhi at the US Embassy. When we were trying to put together the building blocks of this new partnership, India was still at that point under US sanctions because of the nuclear tests of 1998. And we were trying to imagine what a future beyond a world of sanctions would look like. And when I came to Delhi, we were very blessed to find in India a government led by Prime Minister Vajpayee, who was also looking for a new relationship with the United States. There was an enthusiasm in the ministries of external affairs and in defense about the US that I had not seen in my professional career for many years before that. But that enthusiasm was still tentative because there were doubts about how the United States would respond to Prime Minister Vajpayee's initiatives. Yet it was qualified by a hope that we would be able to put the disagreements of the past behind us. And now when I look some 25 years later at where we are, I'm struck at the breadth of our strategic collaboration. It is simply impossible to encapsulate in a few words the multifaceted character in which the United States and India engage. The number of subjects that define our cooperation today runs into many pages of text. And you have to be obsessed in order to keep up with the pace of change that we have seen in all these dimensions. I would go so far as to say, looking at this relationship as an academic now from the outside, that India engages the United States with an intensity that is simply not found in any other bilateral relationship that India pursues. And that, I think, is a testament to really the success of what both countries have managed to achieve. And one has to ask oneself, how is it that countries that were at odds with one another in '98 were able to push in a direction that has brought up to this point. And I would argue that there are three elements that came together to produce a virtuous interaction. The first was dramatic changes in the global environment. We have to be respectful of context, because context creates conditions within which choices can be made. And the rise of Chinese power, the gradual rise of India's power, the recognition in the United States that India was the partner we always wanted to have since 1947, but a partnership that eluded us for many decades because of the constraints of the Cold War. All those conditions had changed by the time we came to the turn of the century. And so there were propitious circumstances within which leaders could make bold choices. And since then, we have seen bold choices being made by leaders in New Delhi and in Washington. And what is surprising to me is the continuity of this boldness across political parties in both countries. We have seen BJP-led governments in India and Congress-led governments in India, Republican governments in the United States and Democratic governments in the United States, that for all their differences on various issues, have hewed to this lodestar of building a new partnership. And there's a third element that I think we also need to recognize, and which is sometimes invisible, but nonetheless invaluable. And that is, today, the United States and India are deeply intertwined societies. There is an Indian expatriate community in the United States that is really a leaven that has become part of America's society. And we see the same interest that Americans have in India today that is simply unprecedented in our 70 years of history. And so it's not surprising to me that in the last 20 years we've had many transformative moments, starting with an agreement in 2005, which was a new framework for a defense partnership. And I remember the signing of that agreement very vividly, because the then defense minister, Pranab Mukherjee, was visibly uncomfortable with the idea that he had to sign this partnership with the United States. And when he did sign it, he literally held his nose because he did not quite understand what he was getting into. And oddly, he was right, because even he could not have imagined what that partnership brought us to today. And of course, along the way, we had the civil nuclear agreement. We've had so many agreements in more recent times that have taken us to where we are. And why is this partnership sustainable? I would argue that this partnership is sustainable because of two factors. For the first time in many, many decades, US and Indian interests fundamentally converge on questions of national security and international order. And the second factor is that there is now a conviction in the United States that the rise of Indian power is in American interest. And that conviction guarantees that this partnership that we have assiduously built is not going to be a fluke of history. The United States has a stake in India's success. And India has a stake in protecting the liberal order which has been built and sustained by American power over the last several decades. And I would argue that India has that stake in the success of the liberal order, because the alternatives to the liberal order would create a terrifying environment within which India would not thrive. And so today there is a convergence of fundamental interests. And so it is not surprising to me that defense and security cooperation have taken the leading point in sustaining this relationship. And what I find most striking about it is the willingness of each capital, Washington and Delhi, to trust the other on core issues involving security. The fact that India pioneered non-alignment, the idea of maintaining a principled distance from great powers for many decades, is now a champion of an ever-deepening relationship with the United States, is testament to the fact that there is now a comfort level with the United States in ways that was never true before. And the fact that the United States today increasingly sees India as the solution to solving the strategic problems that it faces ensures that the convergence that we have built will be lasting. Now, there is much to cheer about, but I would argue that there is still a lot more work to be done. And our challenge is to keep both these dimensions in a productive tension. Congratulate ourselves for what we've achieved, but look to the horizon where there is much more work to be done. I want to quickly flag in 1 minute 5 areas where we still need to do better, despite how well we've done. The first is strategic consultation and coordination. We talk today on every subject under the sun. We can disagree and yet respectfully engage. But there are still core issues in international politics that divide us, and we need to confront those in a constructive way. The second is military-to-military cooperation. We have come a long way with respect to military-to-military cooperation, but we cannot rest on our laurels. There is much more that we have to do in terms of the intensity of our exercises, the complexity of our exercises, the willingness to train at each other's institutions, to build the kind of officers, servicemen and women who know each other intimately. Defense trade. We've all heard the data about how far we've come. But to be honest, we are still underperforming relative to our potential. Defense industrial cooperation. We've taken important steps in defense industrial cooperation, but we are still just scratching the surface. And finally, combined operations, which is the holy grail of our security partnership, which I would argue is still elusive for us. We have attempted to substitute cooperative operations for combined operations. And that will get us to an important point, but it will not be sufficient given the magnitude of the challenges that we both face. So as we take stock 20, 25 years later, I think we have much to be proud about, but that very fact should also be a reminder of how much further we have to go if we are to achieve our common objectives of preserving a world order that allows us to enjoy enhanced security and an autonomy that allows us to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. With your depth of knowledge and depth of experience, in 10 minutes, we've walked through 3 decades, some in the open, some behind closed doors. And definitely the trajectory of this relationship has been amazing for everyone. I started with various adjectives that are used from time to time, and how if you see the documents, and innocuous things like minutes of a meeting for defense relationship, that was something documented in 90s. Just to say we had minutes of doing it. And now we have framework of defense cooperation, signed, what he mentioned, in 2005 by Shri Pranab Mukherjee then, renewed in 2015, coming up for renewal again next year. And yes, there's convergence of interests, there's understanding of our mutual dependence on each other. And the 5 takeaways that Ashley has highlighted, I mean, there will be differences, but let's talk. There are differences that can be overcome. Defense industry, technology will work, but they have to be overlaid on mill-to-mill cooperation. That is, bring us actually together, shoulder to shoulder. Defense trade, yes, is modest. We have started a journey. We have to work. Defense, industry, technology, they are intermeshed into each other. We can take that on during question time. And thank you very much for covering it so comprehensively in such a short time. Now, over to you, Sarabjit.
Thank you, sir. I'm conscious that we are short on time, so I'm going to be very, very brief. And first of all, thanks to Cuts for this opportunity to speak here. I'm going to cover my talk on the 3 pillars. One is trust, structures and framework, and technology. And I'm going to flit between perhaps 3 of them. Trust has been elaborated upon, and if we look at the India-U.S. relations as a romantic thriller, then perhaps, Ashley, you can write a book and it'll become a bestseller, starting from whatever years you decide to write it from, in a way. But I think we've come a long way. One of the biggest stumbling blocks that earlier was impacted the trust factor was the U.S.-Pakistan relations, which I think we have sort of crossed it, although there is still a little hiccup somewhere in between, maybe some perceived. The biggest stumbling block existing today, in my mind at least, is India-Russia relations. And that is something that US and India have to talk about and get over it. There is positive feelings coming from there, and of course it's going to be a conscious effort at many levels for this aspect to sort of be addressed. But I think the US will already has understood that it's not a relationship that we're going to let go. And of course, there is a little weaning away from the mill-to-mill cooperation and defense imports that are coming from Russia, and we have also looking at diversifying out here. So that's one aspect on the trust issues out there. Among structures and frameworks, many of the structures and frameworks have already been existing in the erstwhile Asia-Pacific, in the present Indo-Pacific. And while the US interest for the major part has been east of Malacca Strait, there is a growing recognition that the US needs to look at the IOR in a bigger way. And I think that's something that's been a void for a very long time. And so in this concept, there are 2 questions I raise here, and that is for consideration, that if the US actually wants to get deep into the strategic travails of the Indian Ocean region, then perhaps it is time for the case for the US to become a full member of IORA, an observer status with IONS. 2008, when IONS was created, security environment was different. Today, we've come a long path away from it. And if we look at the fact, and it can be argued that the security blanket provided by the US and its alliances and strategic partnerships enables these structures to function in the way they are today, then I think there has to be more involvement. These are questions that need to be asked and answered. No easy solutions to this, hard questions, but we need to sort of tackle them out there. The other issue is the vision of the Indo-Pacific. The geographical extents may differ. In India, we have the issue that we need to look at 3 combatant commands of the US, which is, again, a possibility the US may like to ease that functioning. There are talks and methods about it. And of course, again, we need to look at the structures. There is a sort of, a cohesion between the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and the Western Pacific Naval Symposium. It's almost, so it's the flow of ideas from WPNS and IONS would enable an easier transformation for the US to operate in the IOR in a more conducive fashion under the structures which already exist. Where there is a roadblock, where there's a problem, the solution then is minilaterals or trilaterals. Some are already in existence. I mean, I-to-U2 was a good idea, but I think the situation in West Asia presently prohibits the full solutions of I-to-U2 out there. But there are many trilaterals that can be established and look at specific issues, put in deep freeze, be broader again, and you need to have a continuous tackle on the various issues out there. A word on technology. Now, I'll get back to
what you can call is the issue of strategic relations versus alliances. And it's in the present form, we see that strategic relations can only do that much. And if we stick by the standard definition of what we call as an alliance and a strategic relationship, then perhaps we need to blur the lines. Perhaps we need to look at a new creation. These are semantics, whether you call it DTTI or whatever, LEMO or whatever you want to call it. These are semantics that we need to get by. In the Indian context, the word alliance is not acceptable, so perhaps we have to look at something else. And perhaps in this context, in technology, US and India can look at importing some alliance aspects into the strategic relationship area. And let me put one more thought into the open, is that defense co-production, what we're looking at in development, and if what Brigadier Sehgal says is going to take a decade, perhaps now is the time to look at the step beyond this of co-exports. If we don't look at it now, then by the time we finish co-production, you're starting something afresh. So you need to look at it now, because your base of cooperation for defense cooperation and production will, willy-nilly, if you look at it now, transport into co-exports, and therefore you can look at manufacture of equipment in India for use in India and for other nations of the Indo-Pacific. There will be an increase in numbers. There will be a return on investment for the private sector. Numbers are important. There is only that much the Indian Armed Forces will place an order on. But we can look at the Indo-Pacific in general, specifically maritime assets and equipment, since if we look at the Indo-Pacific as a maritime area, that's one aspect, and the increase in numbers will be beneficial also to the Indian defense industrial base, which we are trying to set up and add value to even the Atmanirbhar. And let me give you an example here. It's just an example, we can borrow it or we can modify it. South Korea, an ally of the US, manufactures equipment for Australia, another ally of the US in Australia itself, based on the requirements of Australia. South Korea and Australia are not allies. The common factor is the US. And here we're looking at strategic relations between US and India. And therefore, if we look at manufacturing and exporting to Indo-Pacific nations based on their requirements, your output, your ability to provide equipment, and do remember, smaller nations have only that much capability and capacity to absorb technology. So you may not even look at very high-end technology for other nations, you look at their requirements out there. And therefore, cost of manufacturing, if you look at it in India, maybe it will be lowered and would provide a good return on investments. It's a thought. Do remember, I think around 10 years back, the setting up of an F-16 facility was examined to be set up in Bengaluru, but I think F-16s by that time had run their life and there was only that much modification they could take on. So we're looking at modern equipment suitably modified or as required by the nation who wants or demands or requires that thing. So let me give the example of the export of BrahMos missiles to Philippines as an example. All right. In all probability, and to my mind, the sale came after the Indian composition part of the missiles increased. Otherwise, BrahMos missiles has been looked at for the last 10 years. Many nations, if I do remember correctly, Vietnam had also evinced an interest around a decade back. So setting up of the line of batteries along the Philippines coastline facing the South China Sea will not only enhance the value of military deterrence as far as Philippines is concerned, but also pose a threat and challenge to Chinese military movements and to military assets who are established on reclaimed island. The recent incident of China and Philippines, where there was, well, I call it an armed attack or an act of aggression on that side. And also these assets would fall in the arrow of the missile. So this is a great addition to the capacity and capabilities of Philippines military. So this overall aim of aiding enhancement of capacity and capabilities through the defense domain, rather than looking at it as something aimed at China. China will still look at it aimed at itself, but the export of this will aid building up of capacity and capabilities, which is an important segment of not only Quad, but also the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. It meets a lot of requirements that the structures and present frameworks have an outlook upon. So it'll add to the vision also for India, the vision of Sagar under Neighborhood First, Look West, Act East policy, and the overall stability to the Indo-Pacific, which is the overall aim is, of course, free and open Indo-Pacific, and perhaps it will add value to that. And it will also add value to the aim of enhancing stability, ensuring security, and preserving peace, which are the three pillars mentioned in the Indian Navy's 2015 strategy document out there. A word on MRSA. Now, this is, it's a very great step, but this is USNS ships. It will take time, but I think the trust value will get enhanced the day we have USS ships here. Now, there are sensitive issues related to weapons and sensors, but I think we need to look at a more comprehensive agreement that would be another building block borrowed from the framework of alliances. I mean, it's just a thought process, is that as of now, we've had 3 USNS ships, the way it goes. I was given also to cover on underwater domain awareness. Now, the moment you say UDA, the term conjures up the pictures of submarines. And also with the underwater domain come the sensitivities and several apprehensions that the foremost, at the best, would be strategic and operational information gathering. But the advent of submersibles, unmanned submersibles, adds to the complexity of UDA. So there is a need to look at strategic frameworks, explore the possibility of an underwater domain awareness. It is a part of the US-India dialogue, but we need to export it to other nations, not only in the South China Sea, but also in the Indian Ocean region, where there is an increasing presence of UUVs. Not to scare you, but imagine a scenario where you have merchant ships being targeted by explosive-laden, unmanned underwater vessels. Today we have them on surface in the Red Sea. Tomorrow it could be a different issue out there. So there is a need to argue the case for a UDA, maybe a separate segment, not with the main MDA. Maybe we need different agreements, maybe white shipping agreements are not enough, but this needs to be discussed at the various structures and frameworks, and I'll pause here, sir.
Thank you. Sarabjit has covered this most important domain in our relationship very comprehensively in such a short time. He's highlighted the value of trust, about structures and frameworks, and in that he's also suggested the way we could partner for manufacturing, for exporting, for technology, and about underwater domain awareness. Now let me just say one aspect regarding the trust. Now trust is something which is the spinal cord of this relationship. And as of today, there is a dichotomy. In terms of trust in the pecking order, perhaps India would be below the allies, below some of the Indo-Pacific partners, etc., 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 maybe a little down. But in terms of relevance in the Indo-Pacific, it will be much higher in the pecking order. Now, we have to work together by various means that have been mentioned already, of bridging this paradox, the kind of paradox that we have in our priority. Thank you so much for covering comprehensively. And now let's go to a very important part which Pramit will cover, about the role of media and something about technology. Over to you.
Yeah. So what I'll talk about, I think, is just a broader question about the public perception and elite perceptions between India and the United States. The Nobel economist who won the Nobel Prize for behavioral economics, Daniel Kahneman, famously once wrote that people don't change their mind because of facts. They change their mind because of stories, or as we would call it now, narratives. So, you know, everybody's mentioned about how the Cold War, and remember, it was not the entire Cold War, all the way up to about 1965, India and the U.S. had actually a very good relationship, the Nehru-Kennedy years. It was actually remarkable, arguably the closest it has been until recent times. But the Cold War obviously did change that. I would argue it made a very strong anti-American sentiment within elite structures in India. The Indian public had a vague anti-Americanism, but it wasn't particularly well entrenched. And it began to change after the Cold War ended, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Indian public, I think, was actually far ahead of the elite in many ways, partly because of a number of things, and I think one of the biggest ones was the relationship that developed between Bangalore and Silicon Valley. And if you actually see some of the polling evidence on a regional level, pro-American sentiment in India by the 1980s was strongest in the cities of South India. a little bit in the west, but reasonably negative across the north and the east. And one of the key points about when you start to see elite perception changing in India, it happens because of very hard, tangible actions on the ground. In many ways, for example, the nuclear deal, one of the key reasons for that was really to change elite views on India, that the Americans had to lift sanctions if they were serious about a relationship with India. Ashley knows more about this than anybody else here on the panel. But I remember, the then Senator John Kerry meeting then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and asking him, what is this nuclear deal all about? And the Prime Minister responding, it's about trust. That's all it is, fundamentally, it's about trust. And I think after the nuclear deal, you really started to see things change at the elite level. And then, in fact, one of Prime Minister Singh's aides actually said, this nuclear deal means for elite perceptions in India will actually start to catch up with public perceptions of the United States. But I would argue that there remained two really hard nodes of anti-American sentiment in India. One was the left, which opposed America simply because it was America. And the second was the right, the extreme right in India, which tended to see America through its support for Pakistan, for whom they saw Pakistan as their primary strategic opponent or ideological opponent as well. And we've seen that slowly change now, and I would argue right now we've seen the left has decreased in political importance. I say this, I notice that the U.S. Consul General in Calcutta, my home city, is one of the sponsors. But Calcutta, for example, is a perfect example of a city that has changed a lot regarding its sentiments about the United States. And the left generally has been politically become much, much less important in India, and even in terms of its influence. The right continues, obviously, in fact, has increased in importance. But what is striking is that, if you wish, the political right has concluded, and I think Prime Minister Modi has been in many ways at the forefront of this. When he came to power in 2014, I remember meeting him as a journalist and asking about the America relationship and his aides, and he said, well, we'll see. We think we'll have a New York-New Delhi relationship, i.e. an economic one, but they actually didn't believe that they would have a good relationship, partly because he had experienced a visa ban and so on from the United States. And today I would argue Prime Minister Modi is in many ways at the forefront of pushing the relationship within the government as a whole. There was an interesting poll by Morning Consult, not the best one because it was really urban biased, when it asked Indians what was their primary threat perception. China, as you would expect, and Pakistan topped the list. Well, actually China was number one. America was number two. 22% of Indians said America was their primary threat. Number three was Pakistan, because increasingly Pakistan is not being seen as a threat except to itself. But at the heart of that was, I think, those two extreme political groups. And that group, but the right side of that element is now shrinking. And that narrative is changing. And my view is that the narrative will change even more over time, partly because the economic relationship is now at an enormous level. America is overwhelmingly our largest economic partner in FDI. It's number two in trade, sometimes number one. In remittances, it's overtaken the Gulf. You can go on and on. Internalization among young Indians of the relationship with the United States is remarkable. I think, in fact, in the USIS, the CUTS note book in your thing, you'll see the ORF survey of young Indians of what they thought was the most important multilateral organization for India. Quad was over 60%. Most of them don't even know what the non-aligned movement was. They're like, what's that? And let's go ask Granddad. But Quad overwhelmingly now is seen by young Indians as the dominant multilateral organization of strategic importance to India. And America increasingly rising as the most important strategic partner for India. When we used to do polls in my newspaper, the Hindustan Times, Russia barely figured among young Indians at about 2% interest. I used to have to fight as foreign editor to have stop the management from pulling out the stringer we had in Moscow, because they said nobody cares. So you can see that shift has been dramatic. And I would just say briefly, over the next 5 years, we will see a shift. I expect to see major changes in the Quad when India hosts the next summit, probably in January next year. We will see, I believe, a shift to institutionalization of that. We will see a lot more on the economic front. I mean, Apple is just the beginning of what I will see as an increasing number of American corporations coming to India. They are already among the largest employers in the country. And the technological relationship, moving into frontier spaces like AI, quantum, so on and so forth, will expand at an enormous rate because really there's no other partner that we really have in any of these areas. So we'll see that shift, and I think we probably already reached it. We don't have any numbers to go back to the 1960s, but in many ways I think we've already exceeded in the public perception what the Indo-U.S. relationship was during Nehru and Kennedy. Thank you.
About the importance of narrative over the facts and how the elite perception changed our relationship from estrangement to engagement over these years. And yes, there is a continued change in narrative from what he said, the grandpa days of NAM to the sons and daughters days of Quad. And we are moving along with technology, AI, quantum, etc., etc. So the perceptions are changing, the trust is going to change, and the media has an important role for the narrative that is woven around the facts. Now we have a little bit of time, maybe we can take a few questions, a little bit. Yeah, please. You can just introduce yourself and... Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. If I may address the question to the panel, anyone can answer. Mr. Chaudhary, you've been speaking about trust and perception, but does a better perception change the facts? And here's the fact. US interest will always dominate an alliance. US cannot be trusted. I have seen that very closely in the Afghanistan. It has been proven in Iraq. What makes you believe that US can be a trusted partner in this India-US partnership? US needs India as much as we need the US, but it will be till that time until US has a better choice. Maybe Pakistan. So that's the question. Can perceptions change the facts?
Okay, so your question relates to a matter of trust. That today, US trusts India, tomorrow it may not trust India, what will happen? And if I may add to it, it can be the other way around, vice versa also. So we'll wait. We'll take the next question, we can join. The lady here, please.
Hello, I'm Ritu Sharma from the Eurasian Times. My question is for Dr. Tellis. Do you think the time is ripe for us to see a US fighter jet fly in India? A US fighter jet to fly in India? And any contenders that you can think?
Okay, so you mean, sorry, to get a clarification, Ritu. You said US fighter jet to fly in India. Under... No. I'm not coming to Aero India. I'm just saying with US insignia, with an Indian insignia. What are you trying to say? Indian insignia. Okay, we'll leave it. And let's have one more question.
Captain Mahajan from Rolls-Royce. My question is to Captain Parmar. Sir, historically we've seen the superpowers To have a really large EEZ, you look at US, it is second largest EEZ. Russia is fourth. UK is even today, where the sun never set and now is restricted to a small island, is amongst the top 5 EEZ. Now, if we look at China, it actually ranks 33rd officially. It ranks 33rd in EEZ. How do you perceive China overcoming this strategic restriction to, how does it affect its current status as a superpower, or rather an aspiring superpower? How do you see this restriction constraining its growth?
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, myself Samir Karve from Maharashtra Times, Mumbai. My question pertains to the points made by Brigadier Sehgal and Captain Parmar regarding China. And we have not touched the point of role of littoral countries and what happened in case of Maldives. China has been pumping money in these countries, and would US-India relations and partnerships be helpful in containing such use of infra power and helping them through money power?
Thank you. Maldives as well as other neighborhoods.
Other countries.
Now, I will request all the 4 panelists that, one, the questions that have been directed at you, and this issue of trust, perhaps in addition to Pramit, Ashley, if you could also cover this aspect. So, one by one, if we could start from Ashley.
Let me start by addressing the easy question. The easy question is, let me address that by saying, the time is always right for an American fighter to appear in Indian insignia. I wish that had happened a few years ago, but India made its own choices. We have been respectful of those choices, and we hope that in years to come, there will be opportunities for India and the United States to work to bring that vision to fruition. We've started with engines. India has a next generation fighter that is on the drawing boards. The US has offered to cooperate in every way possible in seeing that fighter come to fruition. So I'm still optimistic that we will have plenty of opportunities to work together in the area of combat aviation. On the question of trust, I think that question can be flipped to be asked of India as well, right? All states pursue their interests, and they discover opportunities for trust within the context of those interests. There was a time when India distrusted the United States and chose to trust our competitors. Today, that era is behind us. Can I promise you that this era that we have today is eternal? The answer is no. But the question is, do we want to sacrifice the potential that is inherent in this moment because of our fears that one day the world may change and take us in a different direction? My answer to that would also be no. We have a moment, you seize that moment. And if that moment is fecund enough and it gives you enough opportunities to build something sustaining, that is wonderful. But I would simply say, let's not become prisoners of our fears because of some abstract possibility down the line. We have to do much better, given that we have an opportunity right in front of us now.
Okay, the specific issue of the littorals, see, the issue very simply is this, that like I was trying to highlight is that the Chinese are going to move into the Indian Ocean region sooner than later, and Americans have no presence in IOR. In fact, what we just now discussed in DC was a new concept which is which is in the early stages of consideration, is that the Indo-Pacific Command is too overstretched, and there is a need to marry up the Central Command and the Africa Command into one command and create a new command called the West Asia Command. This idea is it is in fancy. So if we see this thing happening of a West Asia Command more focused on the IOR and domination of the SLOCs, etc., as also presence to deal with the new challenges that are coming up here, we will see a different aspect. But in the interim, I'm afraid India will have to manage its own backyard. There are collaborative projects that we are doing, a large number of projects in Sri Lanka, we are doing in other places, Seychelles. But the point to understand is this, is that if you want to be a big boy in the Indian Ocean region, you have to sort your own issue out. I just want to say one small point on the question of trust. On the strategic partnership. See, please understand this. The strategic partnership is a concept which has not fully been examined in detail. The perceptions in India and the perceptions in the United States are entirely different. Not entirely different, but fairly different. So the question is that when the United States looks at strategic partnership, it looks at the strategic partnership from the overall construct of its entire interests in the region and its competition with China, and how does it helps them in meeting with those challenges. When you are looking at the strategic partnership, you are looking at the strategic partnership from a regional perspective. Your area of influence is limited. So there is a dichotomy in perceptions of what you perceive and what they perceive. What we are trying to do in our discourses, during discussions, etc., is to manage those differences and try to reduce those differences and try to come into some common understanding. Because from there only, all this issue of defense partnership, coordination, development will flow. Until unless we have that point sorted out, and I dare say, in my last visit, which is only about 4 days back, we have come a long way. Thank you.
I'll be quick to the point. Trust. You continuously need to seek convergences. The moment you stop seeking convergences, your trust factor will fall. So that's how the Indo-U.S. relationship has sort of prospered. We've put a lot of our differences, like international UNCLOS aside, and we are working wonderfully together. Seek convergences. Ma'am, to you, we fly US-made helicopters. They're as good as fighters. Coming from a helicopter pilot, please take it. Fighters can take their own time in any case. All right. Trust factor, Maldives was mentioned. So let me add Somalia. So Maldives imports drones from Turkey. Somalia has asked Turkey to look after its maritime security. Will that in time make Turkey an IOR nation? In which case, being a NATO ally, how much will the US sort of balance the relations with Turkey and India? Again, we need to seek convergence. It's not happened as yet. This is just something that we need to look into the future. I get back to seeking convergence. Vikram, we need to do checks and procedures again. It's been a long time. We've flown the same aircraft, so I can tell you that. Okay, EZ does not matter. China's quest to become a superpower overrides everything. Whether it's international law, whether it's based on its interpretations, the size of the seas, it's already sailing the high seas. It's only a matter of time before it starts entering the EZ of other nations. And that is where maybe, again, we have certain convergences. And if you would remember off the coast of South America, I don't know which country it was, but there was a standoff between the Coast Guard of that country and Chinese Coast Guard ships who were escorting the fishing vessels. So EZ does not matter. China, if it wants to become a superpower, it has to be global, and that's what it's striving to do. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, I agree. But the trust ultimately between nations is not the same thing as trust between human beings. It's about building the trust. And the game is basically exactly what was mentioned. What are the strategic convergences that you see? So if you look at if you look at things, what are the pillars of the, should we say, the broad pillars of the Indo-U.S. relationship? Concerns about China, strategic technologies, foreign investments and economics, to some degree now immigration and so on. there's no differences between these countries. In fact, the convergences on all four elements is growing very rapidly. And for America, when you look at their interests, again, in all of these four elements, there's no other country in this region that comes close. Pakistan is a crazy example. Pakistan's GDP is now smaller than Mumbai, smaller than Bangladesh. It's almost incapable. I was in Washington, I was talking to some Pakistani army officer who had settled there. He said the biggest mistake we ever did was to dump the Americans. Because the Chinese don't do anything for us and their weapons suck. They have no money and their weapons suck. But the net result is that you can see this convergence developing across the board. I'm struck when I go to Capitol Hill in Washington. It's one of the few areas Democrats and Republicans seem to agree anymore on is India. It's more or less across the board. Some of them may have a concern about Modi himself, but not about India per se. And so you can see that convergence. Convergences are built, and that the convergence, all the trends we are seeing, that convergence will continue. Yes, as Ashley said, even if it lasts 2 generations, that will still be staggering. But my sense is that that'll probably last even longer, because I don't see actually any major differences. Second, what other country can we trust right now? There's literally no other country that comes close to us on strategic convergence, has that capacity. And a perfect example is, let's say, Russia, which would like to work with us, doesn't have the capacity. Literally, I mean, if you look at a simple example going back a little bit in history, when we paid for the Doppler radar on the Sukhoi, we said don't give it to any third country without our permission. They promptly gave it to the Chinese. And we said, hey, that's, when we found out, tipped off, I think, by the Taiwanese, we told the Russians, hey, what's going on? And they said, we're not strong enough to stand up to the Chinese anymore. We're sorry, but that's all we can do.
Thank you, all the patient audience, and thanks to the panelists for this discussion. We end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the next panel, before which it's 10 minutes. Please, I would request everybody to grab a cup of coffee, tea, and be back for the next session. Regroup in 5 minutes.
Aimed at fostering enduring cooperation in defense and technology. Post-2000, there has been a significant shift towards engagement between the US and India. Key milestones include next steps in strategic partnership. In 2004, the signing of the new framework for India-U.S. defense relationship and the India-U.S. civil nuclear deal.
In space and Indo-Pacific. We have a moderator and chair, Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, Director General, Indian Space Association. Our panelist, Admiral Karanbir Singh, former Chief of the Indian Naval Staff. Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, former Chief of the Indian Air Force Staff. Group Captain Ajay Lele, Deputy Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. Major General R.S. Yadav, Director, Center for Strategic Studies and Simulation, USI. And Dr. Pooja Bhatt, Independent Researcher and Geopolitical Analyst. All right, our moderator and chair, General Bhatt, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, and I am the Director General of the Indian Space Association. This has been an association which has been formed very recently, just a few years back, after the space sector has been opened up in India. It's my pleasure and it's my honor to moderate this crucial session on above and beyond bilateral partnerships in space and in the Indo-Pacific. Now, what the organizer has given me, because there's quite a bit of little things which are repetition from the two sessions you've had before. I'll just outline into the things we are going to talk of. Firstly, understanding the scope of this bilateral partnership with the US, specifically in the domain of sea and space, the possibilities of challenges for space security, and the importance of Artemis Accord, which India signed a year back, and the cooperation which is possible in the space domain awareness. Also, the increasing role of partner countries in the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean region for enhancing ISR capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces, and establishing a comprehensive global MRO facility in India. The US-Indian partnership, as you all know, has grown exponentially over the years, especially, like Ashley Tellis put it, in the last 25 years. And as on today, it is many times referred to as the defining partnership of the 21st century. This relationship has expanded from traditional defense cooperation to cutting-edge collaborations in the domain of space and technology. Today, we are fortunate to have a panel of distinguished experts who will share the insights on various aspects of the partnership, from maritime security to space domain awareness, for enhancing ISR, and for promoting sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific. In this wide array of topics, we have the people who have sat in the decision-making chair and have been there hands down, and I'm sure that they will share some of their experiences with them, with all of you. I'll just introduce the panelists. Admiral Karambir Singh, PVSM, AVSM, the former Chief of the Indian Navy. He's also been the former Chairman of the National Maritime Foundation. He's an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Defense Staff College, the Naval College of Naval Warfare, Mumbai. He was commissioned in July 1980, and his expertise lies in naval operations, maritime strategy, and regional security in the IOR and the Indo-Pacific region. And of course, not to forget, which I have been reminded by many, that he's also been a naval aviator. We also have the Air Chief, former Air Chief of Air Force, Air Chief Marshal R.K. Bhaduria. He is the Chief Nodal Officer of the UP Development Defense Development Corridor, which is a project which he has taken on after retirement. He's been a highly accomplished pilot, fighter. Air Marshal Bhaduria hails from Uttar Pradesh and has over 4,270 hours of experience of flying in 27 type of fighter aircrafts, as well as transport aircrafts. He's also an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, graduated from the Air Force Academy with a Sword of Honor. He's completed his master's degree in Defense Studies from Staff College, Bangladesh, and he was also commissioned along with Admiral Karambir in June 1980. He's been very actively involved in nurturing of the Defense Space Agency in India, where after it was formed in 2018. And also presently, he's the member of the National Advisory Committee of the Indian Space Association and guides us on matters of space. The next panelist here is Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele. He is the Deputy Director General at Manohar Parikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. Earlier, he was a Senior Fellow at the same institute. He has started his professional career as an officer in the Indian Air Force in 1987, took early retirement from service to pursue his academic interests. He specializes in strategic studies with a focus on space security and emerging technologies. In fact, I have to share with you that 2.5 years back when I took this assignment of being the DG, everybody told me the man if you have to go to learn anything about space, it is Group Captain Lele. And I can assure you the amount I've learned from him, I'm very thankful to him for all of that. And of course, he is advisor to us in the National Advisory Committee of ISPA. Welcome here. General Yadav. Major General Yadav is presently the director of the Center of Studies and Simulation here at USI. He is the President's awardee from the National Defense Academy, has served for 30 years with the infantry, has a rich operational experience in counter CI and CT operations, as well as knowledge about the Pakistan and the Chinese front. He's also been a defense attaché in the Middle East, and post his superannuation, he was a vice chancellor of a university. The general is widely traveled, 31 countries, has a deep interest in international relations, and his specialization, of course, is the West Asian region. Last but important panelist is Pooja Bhatt. Both of us being Bhatts is coincidental. She is an independent researcher and geopolitics analyst. Pooja is a researcher in maritime security and governance issues based in New Delhi. She is presently a consultant with the Ministry of External Affairs. She holds a PhD in international relations from JNU and has also authored a book titled 9-Line, Deciphering the South China Sea Conundrum. She focuses on contemporary geopolitics issues and has expertise in Indo-Pacific affairs and international relations. Now, firstly, taking the first 3 to 4 minutes, I would just put into context where is Indian space and specifically Indian private space at the moment. Slide. Okay. I'll go over what is the international development in space, what have happened. Very interestingly, around 2000 or after, a little earlier before that, when US declared the open sky policy, privatization of space has taken place at a very fast pace. Most of you would be aware of it. There has been, if any sector has been affected by disruptive technologies, that has been space. Reusable rockets, which have changed the entire face of launching rockets. The cost has come down to 1.5. AI, miniaturization of satellites, low Earth orbit constellations, everything, new disruptions have been taken, and most of them have been led by private players. Fortunately for space, the richest in USA decided to put their money and heart into space. And that has resulted in entrepreneurs like, you all know, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, who have been able to bring total disruption into space and move space from a sovereign responsibility to a private area. There's been enhanced commercialization now. In the last 20 years, there is much more use of space for the private sector. Even, as you are all aware, GPS, which was primarily made for the US armed forces, is used much more today in the private sector, including by you when you use your Google. Another thing which has happened in recent times is a race by the world to be part of the space domain. As on today, there are 92 countries which have assets in space. Though what we call a spacefaring nation purely, one which is capable of launching a vehicle, making a satellite, controlling a satellite and all, the number, well, we can argue from 5 to 7 or whatever. But there are 92 countries today who have assets in space. And of course, as they say, the space is now becoming more congested as well as contested, and has more and more become a domain of future war. But apart from the security aspect of space, space tourism, resource mining, space colonies in the future are realities which may happen in the lifetime of some of us. Now, while this is happening in the world, what had happened in India? In India, fortunately for us,
Critical and emerging technologies.
ISRO was formed 50 to 60 years back, and they have led in India's space enterprise so far. I would say they are still leading it, of course, but till 2020 they were the lone players in India. They were looking
With short-term interests.
the achievements have been there. There's some kind of echo. Their achievements have been there with the Chandrayaan, which you know this year, Chandrayaan 3, which has again put us into the high table of space, and of course the Aditya mission and the Moon mission, which you are aware of. In this, and it is related to our relationship with US, there were sanctions which were there after the peaceful nuclear explosions in 74 and later in 98. In a way, they were blessings, because what it did in space, not that it is always, it is far behind us now, 25 years, 28 years back, but it did create Atmanirbhar capabilities much earlier in the space domain. As I said, because ISRO was leading the space in India, private companies in India have only been suppliers of assemblies and components. And of course, India's space, because of the sanctions and all, had limited itself with a focus on the common man and always overtly dissociated itself with any military needs. Happened in 2020, just 3 to 4 years back, is firstly the declaration of the government in June 2020 to open space to private sectors. They called them the non-government entities. This was a major leap of faith, and of course, it was guided by the capabilities we had in India in terms of suppliers to ISRO, our scientific capability, as well as what was happening in the world. What Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos were doing to the whole space dimension all over the world, led by America. In this, the new policy on space was released in April 2023. We also have a very liberal FDI policy, and fortunately, as you are aware, ICET also includes space as an important dimension. And what has happened is, what the ISRO chairman, and from his words, what he says is, the ISRO-led space enterprise today has multiple players. And what are the multiple important players which have come into it is the industry and startup, the academia, and a new organization in space which has been made responsible to promote and regulate space in India. My association is there to be an enabler between the users, not only military users, but private users also. And today, this is what we have in India. This is the large number of people. Many of them have emerged after 2018. Upstream, midstream, and downstream, there are players, private players in space. Some of them took a leap of faith much before even the government has announced the policy. But what has it resulted in? Just last 3 years, this is what these small players, these people have been able to achieve. What has happened in private space, and where are we? We are nowhere near where USA is, where Elon Musk leads the world's space enterprise. But what capabilities are there in India? Firstly, HAL and L&T as a private consortium And what it means is how faster you can make launch rockets for launching satellites. Of course, 72 satellites by OneWeb, which is owned largely, OneWeb Eutelsat today, which is owned with a large percentage by Bharti Airtel, were launched in India. Of course, this was the opportunity which came due to the Ukraine war. Some of the satellites were impounded by Russia, and then they had to come and have the next lot of satellites. Today, OneWeb is ready with 640 satellites, provides a constellation of communication all over the world. And we have leapfrogged to own it. That is what I wanted to say. Digantara is a small company of young men who have established their first SSA observatory in Bangalore, as well as they have been able to, they propose and they plan, they aspire to make the Google in space for satellite traffic management, for space traffic management. Dhruva, Pixel and Ajista have been all three companies, and the fourth company, of course, Tata Group's TSL, have launched satellites. Three of them, of course, have launched their satellites because it was available faster from SpaceX, from USA. And we are looking at many of these Pixel being able to make a global constellation of 36 satellites in the next 2.5 to 3 years. And what is important is Pixel satellites look at the hyperspectral imaging domain, which is also a very advanced imaging technique, not done by many people. And very fortunately, one of the orders they have got is from the NRO USA. I will not go through this because all of this has been spoken in the last two sessions, that what all has happened. But what I wanted to say is, after ICET has happened, and since 2022 and in 2023 culminating in the visit of the Prime Minister, activity in January and announced in June, and the IndusAx program are there, which are most prominent. I would finish here and now hand over to the other speakers. First and foremost, I would like Admiral Karambir to please.
Thank you so much, General Bhatt. Very fascinating talk. I'll focus on the maritime domain. Even though I'll not talk about space, even though space also has a lot of bearing on the maritime domain. But I'll speak about the maritime domain, what have been the achievements, thus far, US-India, and what more can we do together. And I'll go pretty fast and furious because there's a lot of ground, or in my case, a lot of sea to cover in my allotted time. So when we talk of US-India maritime collaboration, we are talking of the Indo-Pacific. And you all know that Indo-Pacific is a very large theater, and no single power can ensure peace and stability in this region. So US and India need each other and other partners for three things, to my mind: to provide a countervailing influence to China, to shape the environment in favor of a free, open Indo-Pacific, and to build collective maritime competence in the region, which will feed into these two aims. And here I think the US-India bilateral maritime partnership is hugely consequential to realize this joint vision of a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific, and also realize the full potential of our comprehensive global and strategic partnership. And Indo-Pacific being predominantly a maritime theater, maritime in nature, is natural for bilateral maritime cooperation to take center stage. As far as the US Navy and Indian Navy are concerned, we have excellent cooperation amongst ourselves. In fact, Indian Navy does more exercises with the US Navy than any other Navy. In our interactions, there are several layers, and the ambassador had mentioned vertical. Yes, vertical, starting from the apex level, defense leadership down to the young officer and enlisted personnel engage with each other, and horizontally, where we engage over several disciplines, picking up the best practices through bilateral, multilateral exercises, subject matter expert exchanges, information exchanges, track 1.5, track 2, professional military education institution engagement, etc. Even the DTTI, which was mentioned, has been partially successful. I think it did the Indian Navy a great deal of good. Because especially in our aircraft carrier program, when we were making the Vikrant and the future through the DTTI ACTC, I found that if the people involved were proactive, things were moving. Only thing, it was at the government level, and of course the new ISET, etc., is at the private industry level, so it has better chance of success. Operationally also, our navies are working together, coordinating in operations in Gulf of Aden, Straits of Hormuz, Northwest Arabian Sea, East Coast of Africa. And the recent decision of posting Indian liaison officers in the US Indo-PACOM, SOCOM and CMF, I think will further strengthen operational cooperation and interaction between the forces. So a lot is happening. Having said that, I think opportunities for deeper and more meaningful cooperation in the maritime and domains are abundant. And I think we need more ambition on both sides, especially on the Indian side. And I'll just talk of a few opportunities. First, I think we need to leverage India's geographical location, because we in India are blessed geographically, especially with respect to Indian Ocean region. Therefore, both our defense forces, when I say US and India, stand to gain tremendously from reciprocal basing, access, overflight, etc. And as far as navies go, any arrangement helping navies increase their reach and sustenance that are built on reciprocity should be leveraged. For example, access to OTRs, repairs, refits, MRO, logistics support are highly doable for navies and air forces. The Quad Maritime Security Working Group, I think, should accordingly be leveraged for logistics, sharing of maintenance facilities and coordinated efforts in the maritime patrol aircraft operations. I, for one, am very happy that the US Navy has started voyage repair availability for their MSC ships and the master ship repair agreement at Indian shipyards. And I think it's time now for the US side to invoke Clause 3 of Title 10 of US Code 8680 to enable US naval warships to also undergo voyage repairs in India. I was discussing with the USDA. He says there have been attempts. I think it requires a SECNAV authorization, and it should see the light of day. Another way that the US and India can leverage India's geographical location and India's standing with countries of the global south is to reach out and counter Chinese influence in Africa and the island nations of the IOR. And the military, through defense attaches and the two navies, can help greatly in this endeavor. The recent reallocation of defense attaches reflects India's focus towards Africa and the IOR islands. Second opportunity that I see, when talking of foundation agreements, there's ample scope to further exploit them as trust and comfort level grows. If you go through the different agreements, I think we have made them too straitjacketed. Had we been smarter enough in writing out those agreements, we would have had ample scope for further growth. But even with these, there is ample scope. The next step, of course, after the foundational agreements should be to work at policy level on issues such as expeditious clearance for release of equipment and technologies. And I think both sides need to address the barriers to joint development, technology sharing, technology transfer, etc. Whilst GE 414 deal is an example of what is possible, but it's also not a great example considering the amount of hard work it entailed despite our close relationship. It has to get easier going forward. India's status as major defense partner should be buttressed by maybe built-in ITAR relaxations, possibly a separate specific trade authorization mechanism like the AUKUS trade authorization mechanism, ATAM, could be the answer. Or I don't know whether SOSA suffices. I think US concerns on seepage of technology also need to be honestly discussed between the two sides. Additionally, the ability to seamlessly sustain our growing US inventory without being dependent on complex supply chains needs consideration by the US side. Next point I want to raise is in the maritime domain, which is so vast and complex. Maritime domain awareness is key. It has been spoken about by previous speakers. So we have the Quad Maritime Security Working Group. You've got the Indo-Pacific Partnership of Maritime Domain Awareness. They are great initiatives where information on goings on of the Indo-Pacific can be shared. But it only covers MDA partially. What requires much more detailed discussion and effort is collaboration on underwater domain awareness, wherein a combination of technology, expertise, collection and sharing of data is essential. And when we speak of sharing, I would recommend something on the lines of the trilateral algorithm, wherein Australia, UK and the US have decided to share information from each other's P-8 aircraft sonobuoy data. So UDA, I think, therefore, is something that both countries must put their energy into. Next, I feel, the engagements, whether bilateral, multilateral, minilateral, they have had a salutary effect on building our capabilities, on building trust. Exercise Malabar has turned out to be a true force multiplier. And the combination of subject matter expert exchanges, tabletop exercises, high-end warfare exercises, they have greatly helped in building interoperability, expertise and learning of best practices. So collaboration in the form of CMF has helped gain so much more knowledge on tackling unconventional threats like IUU fishing, drugs, piracy and gun running, which we call problems without passports. There is, however, a long way to go in achieving interoperability and integration. We need to make our common operating plots and combat management systems talk to each other. And to my mind, Malabar should be leveraged to build this integration so that when push comes to shove, we are able to fight together as a blended force. I feel our two maritime forces need genuine integration, which means integration of networks, seamless information exchange, integrated logistics, and joint training. So that this is my vision. As I said earlier, we could combine as a blended fleet. And lastly, my point is that as nations, we need to work together in the maritime space with other like-minded nations to harness the region's collective maritime competence. We've got to build it up by becoming preferred security and development partners in the region and provide alternatives to China's outreach like the BRI, GDI, GSI, GCI, and I think we should base this on three pillars. One is credibility, wherein we reduce gap between promise and delivery; customization, where we provide bespoke solutions to our neighbors; and smart conversation, using the language of development and not the language of contestation. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir. It has been detailed and elaborate. And if I try to summarize it or just highlight a few points, it would be wrong. In fact, everything what you have said is holds a lot of importance, and many maybe Esther Tellis, what he had written in his article, that we should be ready to fight together. Maybe the steps are there, what he has outlined or what is already happening between the two navies. It's a very positive sign of what is happening, and maybe in all three forces in the future, we look to have capabilities to be able to fight together. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, General Bhatt. Thank you, General Sharma, DG USA, for inviting me. For cuts, thank you very much. I think a lot has been said in the previous session, very absorbing, inaugural and the previous session. A lot of things related to space, related to interoperability, etc., and the entire relationship have been covered. Space, General Bhatt has covered a lot of issues. I would try not to repeat. I want to carry two things from the previous session. I think two very critical points were made on defense industrial cooperation in the previous session, and combined operations, or to put it in more palatable terms, cooperative operations. Very critical if you're looking at where we are headed. As far as defense cooperation concerned, where acquisitions are concerned, we have moved very well. Where technology transfer is concerned, I think, if I can borrow a term from the previous session, the feet need to move fast. They are hardly moving. If we take the example of G414 itself, a great work done, and unprecedented level of technology and the contract done, or the agreement done, but we are moving too slowly. The impact on the industry and where this needs to go would be huge, and that is something that both, it's not US side alone, Indian side, US side, we need to close these gaps in how to move forward. And this is, I think, the challenge that we need to address as we go forward. How do we convert deliverables to deliveries to really make things happen? And when technology gets into question, things would move slowly. We have to find ways of moving it fast. Increasingly, as we go forward, technology is the issue. So, you know, combined development, co-development, this is the key for us. US would also recognize our strategic interests are absolutely aligned. Our strategic, we can easily say, compulsions very clearly for the next few decades align us to work together. And the trust, if not in place, will fall in place. It is important to realize this and move forward together, and also understand that US would in time to come need India as much as India needs US in terms of tech, in terms of support, in terms of how their private sector has grown, how the tech has grown. We need to, our industry needs to learn a lot, our processes need to learn a lot and evolve in that direction. And from that background, I think I'll move to what is happening in terms of space, where in terms of ISR, where we are today, and in terms of issues of space. If I have to put quickly some points, I think ISR, networking critically, networking capability, cyber issues, and thereafter space related, be it space security, which would mean setting up of situational awareness centers, which is already in the process in our defense agency. And some of our industries, which General Bhatt mentioned, Digantra is working on space situational awareness technology. So they are themselves setting up a lab in Bangalore. This needs to grow. And most important is ability to have a space domain awareness within the country, set up that system, and that cannot be complete without really absolutely transparent information sharing with the leaders in this field, which is US, and the kind of information they have today. So our synergies that can come between US and Indian industry looking into the future is a must. Even if the US industry does not like to share technology, it is important in the time to come to build technologies together, because For India, it is extremely important. It is not only because of this drive of Atmanirbharta, but if we have to tackle China effectively, we cannot be banking on US presence for tackling our security interests with China. Whereas in the Indo-Pacific, US and India would both matter. So we must understand clearly, and therefore everything we do for the future, our industries and our defense capability to handle, to have all the critical technologies and related applications in our own hand is very important. So with this background, I would go into the same requirement of where are we in interoperability, where are we in cooperative, let's say, operational capability. Our interoperability, which is the stated word for this capability, we do a lot of exercises with US Air Force, with multiple air forces, and the basic requirement of interoperability, which we say we are working together, is as long as we can fly together, that means we are communicating on the same channel, may be encrypted, may not be encrypted, and we are able to fly combined missions and execute common tasks in a multi-country formations or collaborative attacks is good. The need of the hour is to be able to interlink our data links, to have real-time information on our data links getting shared. With our current technology, even if we try our best, it won't happen for the next 10 years. Even if we start trying, because of how the data are structured in the US, because of complications of NATO having those data links, because some of those things will not be shared with us. And when we talk of interoperability, it's a simple thing. For when we fly together, at times some of the critical electronic equipment is even switched off, because the parameters would get picked by forces which you may not want to get it picked. So we are interoperable today, but in truly speaking, if we can do combined operations in today's world, the answer is no. Okay. So fortunately, the tech has moved very fast. And my own opinion is that we don't need to look into these areas as to somehow get data linked come what may. We need to look forward and change the tech, and in that be interoperable or be truly data linked with enough safeguards and enough flexibilities to go full autonomous or to be combined with full transparency. With the new tech, it is possible. And why I say this is space-based assets. We need to change our networking capability to the next level, to take it to LEO-based networks. It's for reasons of advancement in technology. It's also reasons of encryption. It's also reasons for not getting stuck by the ranges of the ground-based systems or other communications. Also, most importantly, with quantum coming around the corner, the entire encryption system currently would really become useless overnight, and therefore the need of new tech, quantum-based tech, new networks, and in that, if we work together in technology and co-develop, and I again underline co-develop, it would be really a great achievement for the Indo-Pacific, for our networking, for our true interoperable capability, and that could get in handy any time. Now, on similar lines, I would say we need to cooperate in our cyber capability, in our cyber security capability. Again, an area where countries and industries don't want to share fully for obvious reasons. But looking at our compulsions in the Indo-Pacific and in this neighborhood, if we have to have an upper hand in our cyber securities, in our ensuring our own securities of the future, there is no choice but to cooperate in this and become leaders. And at the moment, the wrong people are leading this field. I wouldn't say leading, but the rate at which China is progressing is tremendous. So this is again, to my mind, an area where we need to work together in areas of cyber security. In space situational awareness, whatever system that India finalizes, for a Defense Space Agency, I think there a lot of knowledge component can come from US. I'm sure those discussions are taking place. I'm not privy to it, but I think a lot is happening there in terms of how to get it right. Again, we need to look differently in this new space industry cooperation. I think initiatives like IndoX is very important, but we need to make it work on ground and really get to the next level. Initially, all these experiments are ticking the boxes of cooperation and starting to move. But I think the time has come. Very soon we will need to move fast on our ground, deliveries as such. So that would be important as far as space situational awareness, and similarly for space domain awareness, huge strides that US has made. Information sharing arrangement for whatever system we set up in India would be hugely beneficial, and whatever tech and whatever satellites we launch, of course, it would be information that needs to be shared with US. On ISR, I think again the current ISR assets militarily, if I have to say for India, some things General Bhatt has covered. I would say we are still at nascent stage. We need to really develop fast. Some communication capability would come up with OneWeb. It is generic in nature. For defense application, real smart communication and software-defined systems and next generation network, we would need to work a lot in this area. Real-time ISR capability and its sharing on similar network that we define for new tech, if we are able to build up, it will straight away plug in into the same sharing arrangement. And truly speaking, in peacetime, ISR is the key. If you are able to see your areas of influence or areas of concern 24/7 and share that knowledge, half the US presence in this area in peacetime would reduce, because even with our assets, they are wherever they are will be monitoring, and when required, the presence can be increased automatically or appropriately. So. To my mind, in the years to come, very soon, within the next decade, we have to really change this entire game in our industrial cooperation, in deep tech, in high tech, in all issues related with space and next generation technologies, everything to do with space tech and cyber. With this, I will finish, but with the words that I hope we can change the trajectory that we are at now, which is good. If we see our history, where we are is in good position, but we really need to change the trajectory, and I'm sure both sides will work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And of course, like what he says, and most importantly, is interoperability has to be taken much beyond data link sharing, sharing of information, and of course, in marine domain awareness and in space domain awareness, where US leads, our cooperation has to increase to much more from what it is today. We take that point, sir. And now for a little more on space and something about Artemis, Group Captain Ajay.
Thank you, sir, and let me thank the organizers for inviting me. In fact, I was just thinking, when you come towards USI by car, say from RK Puram side and Gurgaon side, you always get caught in the traffic and you always get irritated. But look at the plight of Sunita Williams. She is there out into the space, but not losing her patience. I think as far as the Indo-U.S. space relationships is concerned, patience has been the game for all these years. By the year 2011, ISRO came out of so-called technological apartheid, and subsequently the relations have come into a normal course, one can say, which were there during the early 60s when US had helped India to launch the sounding rockets. Having said that, already much has been said about this subject. What I will try to say is that I have to look at 2-3 aspects. One is the aspect of a space security. Today, if you see, as far as satellites all over the world are concerned, almost 95% or more than that, one can say with confidence that the satellite technology is getting used for civilian purposes. So as far as space security is concerned, at one end of a spectrum, you got issues related with, say, space debris. At other end of a spectrum, you got counter space technologies which are being routinely developed by countries like China and Russia. So it's a very complex issue. And this is where, as previous Air Chief has already pointed out, space situational awareness comes into being. Because first we need to know what is out there into the space. And to my mind, countries like India and US can take an initiative in this direction. Because I feel that no country in isolation will be able to satisfy the needs of a space situational awareness by gazing the skies, because you require the infrastructures placed into various parts of the country. Right now it is US Air Force which is having a good infrastructure, but now the way traffic is increasing into low Earth orbit, definitely there is going to be an issue. And when we are talking of a traffic in low Earth orbit and when talking of a space domain awareness, space situational awareness, one immediate thing comes to my mind is that as far as space situational awareness is concerned, there is an element of a space meteorology inbuilt into it. Just 2 years back in 2022, SpaceX had launched 49 satellites, and within one day, 40 satellites were lost because of geomagnetic storms. Sir had already made a reference to India launching Aditya L1 mission. US also has got a very robust structure as far as space meteorology is concerned. I think along with SSA, if you can have certain amount of a joint collaboration in space meteorology, that will be a good thing. And as far as SSA is concerned, I will take you back to India's policies on solar aspects, where there is a global collaboration is there. I think on the similar lines, you require a global collaboration in SSA also. And like-minded countries should join hands together. And that is where I think Indo-U.S. collaboration could lead it further. Having said this, when we are talking of a space, basically various technologies, counter-space technologies which are getting developed. So you require certain technologies, maybe in a defensive form, to work towards it. There is going to be on-orbit servicing. There are going to be various other issues which are related with mitigation of a debris, not only issues of a policy, but actually technologies are getting developed to remove the space debris also. So under those circumstances, you have to take next steps in a very systematic fashion, because when you're talking of a space security, it is very important to have first structures on ground from a policy perspective in place. And I think that is where new technologies needs to be looked at. You have new technologies like radiation hardening technologies. Already a mention was done by cyber. Today's satellites, particularly the legacy systems, are actually very much open for a cyber attack, and these types of cyber attacks on satellites is not a new thing. So I think there is a place for Indo-U.S. Collaborative efforts in this direction also. Then there are satellite hardening technologies. Because today when you are talking of a space security per se, yes, diplomatic efforts, policy efforts are at one end. Doing certain amount of a deterrence mechanisms is at other end. But actually when it comes to brass tacks, you have to have certain technologies. And I think satellite hardening technologies, developing technologies in the domain of a cyber, where you will be launching satellites in future which are almost cyber hacking proof sort of satellites. So there is a lot to do in these areas also. For a couple of years, we were talking of a space only from a perspective of satellites into a geostationary orbit, that is 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. But today we are talking of moon mission, Mars mission. Things are happening. We had only Apollo mission a couple of decades back, but now the space is reaching towards moon and Mars. And I think that is where the Artemis Accord comes in being. It is a US NASA conceptualization about how to go to the moon and Mars. And it's a very interesting experiment which they are undertaking. Possibly that they will be able to do a first human mission to moon by 2026. I will not say that India will have much into this particular type of a mission, but where there could be a joint collaboration is developing rules, regulations. Because as far as Artemis Accords is concerned, the development of rules and regulations have been done by NASA. And we need to understand that the space is a very dynamic medium, and you need to engage countries. And you need to have not a non-binding, but a binding and a rule-based mechanism in the domain of a space. Otherwise, all these technologies which are there for on-orbit servicing, for debris mitigation and all that, all these technologies could be misused by various countries until and unless you don't have a rule-based mechanism. And I think there, India and US, beyond Artemis, can join hands together. Then comes the issue of what you can say is a critical and emerging technology collaboration. I think already much has been said in these areas, but I'll just pick up on two, because under emerging technology collaboration, we have got 6 areas which have been clearly identified. One area in that is human space mission. I'm sure all of you know that probably by next year end, we will have our Gaganyaan mission and the first Indian out into the space. But that is not going to be the end. We are aspiring to have our own space station, so various other plans are already out there. So I think the time is right now very mature in a sense that you need to take these human missions to a next level. When I'm talking of a next level, what could be the next level? Just sending humans in the space is not sufficient. You need to undertake spacewalks. For that purposes, you need to develop various technologies, including the space suits. I think India needs to start investing into development of those technologies simultaneously. Because if you see, China did first human mission in the year 2003. I'm not trying to compare, but just to give an idea that we are lagging behind much into these areas, and we need to really leapfrog. And I think that is where the US could come very handy as far as giving assistance to India in these regions are concerned. Then other area which has been talked of is quantum computing. I think quantum computing, we have to take it to the next level in a domain of a space, because quantum communication and quantum cryptography are the most important aspects whenever you are talking of a ISR. India and US are about to send a satellite which has been jointly developed by ISRO and NASA called Synthetic Aperture Radar Satellite. In a similar fashion, I think both these countries can join hands together and send a quantum satellite also, because right now we got only one quantum satellite which has been sent by China, and there is much more needs to be done into these areas. So I think there is a lot of scope which is there. As it has been already pointed out, Indian startups are doing a very good job, and the future appears to be very bright based on the type of a progress which they have done in limited period of time. So in years to come, I think Indo-U.S. space collaboration should not only get restricted towards NASA and ISRO, but the startups and other major organizations also should join hand together. So the future of Indo-U.S. space collaboration should be an ecosystem which is developed by private industries in both the countries and ISRO and NASA. I think I'll stop over here. Thank you.
With time, we are falling short of time now. So, but of course, the time I've given to you will be there. I'll not summarize what he has said. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please. Point. Yeah. Can you put up my presentation, please? The person on the laptop, please put on my, yeah, thanks. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I shall, while the relationship has been spoken about in various fields, I will strictly keep it. Hello, yeah, thank you. So I'll keep it strictly restricted to the defense and security partnership aspects. I've been asked to speak on 3 aspects. The first is, how will the US-India partnership shape the geopolitical dynamics in the IPR? The second one is, how is the role of partner countries evolving in the IPR in the context of the US-India partnership? And the last one is, how to leverage initiatives for capability enhancement. The scope is quite wide, but I'll just touch upon the meat portions of all these things. US-India partnership. I think the aspect of trust has been underlined quite a lot. However, we also need to take into cognizance that there is a history. Ever since India got independence, the Indo-U.S. relationship only warmed up in the 2000s. Here are the steps which we have gone past over the last 25 years. They have been elaborated upon, starting from the Civil Nuclear Agreement to the ICET and the Indus-X, which are the recent ones. So a lot of ground has been covered, and I dare say that the framework is ready. and it has to now progress from the deliverables, which get talked about in each and every agreement, memorandum of understanding, or anything else. What comes on ground matters. Because for India, the requirements are many, and the requirement is on date in real time, and we couldn't be talking about futuristic things much. It will not be wrong in case we were to consider as to how the things are likely to develop in the future decade at least, before commenting on this particular defense and security partnership. The Chinese aggression is being underlying, highlighted everywhere. It has been globally accepted that they are the demons. But there is an other understanding also, that the assertiveness of China was very natural. It has to come to a rising global power. And therefore, to look at it only from the prism that they are the assertive aggressors and everything may be a question mark, and it may not be true for everybody. The US perspective could be different because it's a global power, it is a leading power, and therefore its interests may collide. But whether the Indian interests will collide and up to what extent needs to be taken into consideration. The second is Russia's strategic behavior, whether it has been forced. The eastward march of NATO has been one of the factors which could have possibly led to the situation what we have on our hands today. Over a period of time in the last 25 years, various middle powers have come up, and it's a march to multipolarity. So therefore, whether to retain the old and existing global order or let it smoothly transit from the almost a unipolarity towards a multipolar world will be more easy to handle and will create less confusion. And the last one is that reassertion of US is definitely playing a part, because a few years back everybody felt that the US is withdrawing and keeping looking inwards, but I think a reassertion is coming up, and the only thing which needs to be highlighted is that the US plus West always gets talked about together. But it is the US which is reasserting, but the Euro-Atlantic alliances are in a state of disarray, sometimes together, sometimes separate. So that particular factor is going to have an impact. Now, I dare say this word divergence, because in today's event we have only talked about convergence and trust. So just don't misunderstand it, but I would like to again say that the levels of vision of US and India will have wide variance. And therefore, I would like to highlight a few things, that despite all the convergences and common interests, there are a few points which need to be looked into. First is US. It is fighting for retention of global dominance, whereas India is for maintenance of territorial integrity and its regional relationships to have a peaceful periphery. The second is US is taking an aggressive stance towards China because it has become a competitor. They want to restrict it emerging as number one and disturb the global order, what they want, whereas India will remain satisfied with maintaining a credible deterrence to maintain peace on its borders and having peace with its neighbors. US, all threats are away from its mainland, whereas India faces threats, real-time threats on its active borders, and we have non-committal neighbors which are not always working in the same direction. US aggression adds to economy. Please don't misunderstand. US is a powerhouse of defense industry. So whether it is forcing the NATO partners to 2% GDP expenditure, or whether it is supporting any warfare across the globe, the defense industry benefits. Whereas for India, security challenges are a drain on its economy, and it will disturb our trajectory to 2047 of Viksit Bharat. US is self-sufficient. India, in its present state, has to have diverse dependencies. This is a reality. And let's take one example in our field. We have 55 to 60% Russian equipment. The shelf life of any military equipment ranges from 30 to 50 years. Do you think that India, with its limited resources, can take a U-turn today? Can it start diverting the inventory, or it will be there and it has to be accepted as such? US addressing a perceived threat, whereas India is having a real-time threat on its borders. So US can talk about capability building, partnerships, long-term issues, where India needs to talk real-time, near-term threats and everything today. So therefore, I would like to highlight that India needs it now. So whatever has to come to us has to come in fast time. We couldn't be talking about gestation periods of 8 to 10 years or 15 years. Something has to come now, because we want our credible deterrence to be in place as early as possible. Then only can you become a usable partner in the global arena. Unless we are under threat every day, we couldn't be talking and participating at that level. So therefore, the long-term capability development for India is aspirational. Now, one point which I said, that Ambassador said, trust first, things will follow. But for a country which is smaller in stature and with limited means, will base its thinking and line of action on everyday experience. So therefore, when small little things happen, we have to take that into consideration, and that's what possibly is the, impacts the trust factor. Now coming to the role of partner countries. Let's take the countries which are partnering in the IPR. Taiwan needs a quick capability boost for self-defense. No saying more than that. Japan, South Korea, Philippines and Australia require capability enhancement to support the US plans in that region, because they are the front-ranking states and they require it that way. India also needs quick capability boost to create credible deterrence. And India is received, this aspect has to be kept in mind, that US also agrees to that factor, that India is a crucial partner for containment of China, though we may not as a country might be stating it openly, but yes, we are a credible partner. Therefore, our capability boost is also very necessary. And in this particular thing, while Japan, South Korea and Philippines would be compelled for direct participation in any contingency created by China, India should only be expected to hold its frontiers and dominate the IOR, because by being at the frontiers, they are doing their bit and nobody else will come to our help. And with the present capabilities and also in the foreseeable future, to stretch out beyond the Malacca Straits will be a big question mark, and we'll do better to do the domination or the required things in the IOR. Last one, leveraging initiatives. I think a lot has been talked. As I said, the framework is ready. However, as I said, India needs it now. Therefore, the US possibly needs to have some relaxation on the export control laws so that the things can move faster and the other things can continue as a long-term trust building factor and capability building factor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Yadav. Yes, there is a divergence in his view from most of the panelists. Many of the concerns are which were in a way even highlighted by some of the articles which have come from experts before. We'll not get into a debate of this, but yes, some convergences, some of these divergences will have to be kept in mind, are being kept in mind strategically in talks which are taking place between at the highest and the political level. I'm very sure both sides are aware of what the concerns and challenges are. I'll leave it at that and not try to get into each issue of that. But yes, long-term and short-term requirements are both there with, as they say, the enemy on the gate. Now I'll hand over to Pooja. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair. Being the only academician on the panel, so I'll keep my views on India-China strategic and security relationship from two perspectives only, two contexts only. First, a lot has been spoken about how we have emerged in the past 3-4 decades in our relationship. But now, what is the future trajectory of the relationship? And second context is, no, I will be speaking more on the US-India strategic partnership in the Indo-Pacific, because that is where the ocean of cooperation lies. So I will be speaking more on ocean diplomacy in that sense. Indian Ocean region, Indo-Pacific region, when we speak of, it is not only a region where you have beaming democracy, beaming demography, as well as a lot of economic potential that we have, but it is also a region where we have a lot of traditional and non-traditional security threats that the region is facing. So the problem here is what we are looking at the moment is most of the security issues are mostly seen from a very threat perspective, but there is a lot that we can talk about on the cooperation perspectives also. So in this regard, if we start seeing the change of perspective, basically, so there are 3 areas we can quickly look at, and I want to cover it. First is how we see Indian Ocean as an identity. So a lot of us do not relate to the problem of Indian Ocean or Indo-Pacific region because that does not relate to us directly. The issues of Indo-Pacific remains mostly on a strategic realm. And maybe you are a father, you are a CEO, maybe you are Indian, you are a South Asian. You do not relate to the Indian Ocean problem or Indo-Pacific problems because this does not relate to you directly. And therefore, I think one of the first efforts that India-U.S. relationships needs to look into is how to build an Indo-Pacific maritime identity, because the moment you start building identity, people will start relating more to it, and you will see less of contestation and more of cooperation. So I think that is one area that India-U.S. relationship needs to look into. Second area that I would want to quickly also bring in, and a lot has been spoken about, is the layers of Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific is not again monolithic. If you break down the layers of it, it's not only the seas, the meeting of Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. It is also the confluence of too many countries, too many cultures and norms and values. So in that regard, how do you place these interest, values, approaches? One of the ways of doing it, how you break down these layers. So it's not only the seas that we see, the cooperation in seas, it's also the space above that we have heard a lot about on the technical side, and also the subsea and MDA level. What is happening is the youth of Indo-Pacific does not require, or the future of Indo-Pacific does not want any kind of contestation. They're looking for more and more cooperation. And the problem with them is now they have to choose between 2 camps. Now they are choosing between US-China rivalry, or basically they have a lot of choices to be made. So in that regard, when we talk about any kind of development, whether it's port protection or the protection of seas or the slog protection, there's always get into this conversation of contestations. And therefore, we need to understand that how we want to cooperate in these layers. Second is the undersea, and most of has been spoken about the undersea protection and UDA, underwater domain awareness. The issue here is most of the technologies which are available undersea, the subsea cables, the pipelines, they are all the issues of, it's just not related to countries only. They are also catering to people of Indo-Pacific. So how do you relate these issues which are lying under the sea, the resources which are above the sea and on the oceans, how do you relate them back to people so that they start caring about these and they start getting more involved in this? Third, so the capacity building, capacity enhancement should not be just seen from the competition part of it. The India-U.S. relationship has to also look into it, that the cooperation they bring upon has to also think about people into the entire paradigm of thinking. Last area which I want to talk about is the tech cooperation, and we have heard a lot about it, that how do we want to cooperate in technologies, because the issue is not only the tech cooperation but also tech governance. A lot of infrastructure that we are talking about in the space, in the seas and under sea belong to private sector. They are developing it, they are also maintaining it, so they have a lot of stake in this. In that sense, how do the governments actually try and regulate and govern those resources which are belonging to the private sector, catering to people in general of their countries and the region. So this is a very fine balance that the governments have to do, and I think in this regard, India and US have to think a lot about how they want to, encourage these kind of conversations on the governance side of the things. Because most of these, another angle is also most of these resources that we are talking about, undersea space and under the seas, are also in the high seas or in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. A lot of governance issues actually come into picture, and that is something we still need to start thinking about when it comes to policy making, and with what we were discussing about policy perspectives, a lot of thinking has to come into that. Second issue, another issue that in this tech cooperation and governance comes is the bifurcation versus inclusivity. What is happening is a lot of technologies which are provided by the US and other countries are also replicated by China and other countries also. So now the countries of Indo-Pacific actually, they're basically getting the choice between US versus others. The thing is, they all want to choose systems which are more transparent, more reliable, more sturdy, but they also don't want to get into the great power politics. So how do you start that kind of conversation that to convince these people that these are the systems which are better for them, because this is what they need for their growth and development. Last is the shrinking strategic space that again links back to the US-China rivalry here, is that these countries of Indo-Pacific, because of this intense competition and everything from technology to governance and anything we talk about, there is a shrinking strategic space for these countries to operate themselves, which country they should work, because if they start working with China, they can't work with the US. If they work with the US, they can't work. So how do you, and also these systems, if I talk about undersea cables or undersea pipelines, anything of those, if US is providing that kind of structure, they also bring, and this is a thought level if you start thinking about it, they not just bring the infrastructure or resources, they also bring the values and norms attached to it, how you want to operate, how you want to govern. And the same thing will happen when China will bring the same thing. And countries then will be bifurcated between two values and two systems. So I think this is something also we need to start reflecting on. And that again goes for the information sharing also. The more you integrate yourself with these systems, either or, how fair, how equitable your information sharing with either of the sides would be. So that is again something needs to be thought about. So therefore, what do I want to end up with, this entire idea of deliverables to deliveries in the future that we are talking about for the Indo-Pacific has a lot of thinking about how ocean governance has to be thought about, how we want to establish this relationship in terms of ocean governance, because Indo-Pacific is just not about these two countries or 40 countries which are surrounding it, but it has a lot to do with the people living in this. And therefore, the policy perspectives that we are talking about in all these issues that we just spoken about from the technical aspect also has to consider these 2-3 points that I wanted to raise. And with that, I'll end my point. Thank you.
She has really brought interesting perspectives of which maybe we sitting in even in the Indian mainland don't see it from their perspective. And the biggest challenge is, which of course maybe does not come to India, is do we have to make a choice between the two? India is very clear what they have done. But for these smaller nations, these choices are much more difficult. Their proximities are also there. One thing which I think she's missed in mentioning is, amongst the two technologies available, even for civilian use, for military use, what is cheaper? and there may be the traction from what China can flood into the market. They seem to be gaining an advantage, as I perceive it. I'll leave it at that, and we'll straight go to the questions before I ask the panelists to give their, go for a second round or give their views. We'll take a few questions and then I'll divide the questions into it. Okay. We'll start with you. Yeah.
I think I'm audible enough. I'd like to make my addressee Admiral Singh. Sir, what is the consequence of LIMOA? And with, if at all the last takes place, will it anyhow hit Washington and the headquarters in US?
We'll take all the questions together. We'll take a few more. Yeah.
Sir, I'm Major General Dr. Anil Kumar, sir. Just a coincidence that the name Anil figures. Sir, firstly, let me compliment the very high-powered panel, panelists, and such lovely foundational kind of work which has been done. Really appreciable, sir. On the lighter vein, I definitely don't hesitate to mention with permission of General BK that if you want to move forward in any direction, you have to know the history a little. So let me go back to history, 20 years back. I would give the initiative of this thought process that we have to build up on space. That was by General Raman Puri. He was a CIS at IDS who tried to fructify India's participation, defense participation in space. And I happened to be there that time as a brigadier. So I just wanted to just share it. Sent to ISRO. ISRO refused to enter, allow you to enter the premises itself, because they said in case they see green uniform, they are going to get problem of technology. So you better go back. So that is the difficulty we faced to get ISRO on board. At last we got ISRO on board, and we created a document known as the Defense Space Vision 2020, which was cleared by the three chiefs, thereafter funded, and a lot of satellites which you see in space today is a result of that work. We followed it up with a visit to the U.S. Space Command in Colorado Springs, Shaheen Mountains, where General Lord was the overall commander there. And we saw an entirely different culture. An entirely different culture. We also went to the Airspace University. A different culture has to be created. So that has to be kept in mind if you want to plan for tomorrow's training of future space, even in collaboration with US. But you will have to start catering for things like that. Thereafter, the working with ISRO became very easily. The question is, I'm just making a comment, sir. The question is only twofold. Very, very simple that we are alarmed of the technology advancements by China in space. We are all aware of it, already bought out. And especially the hypersonic weapon systems and even the DEW, which they are trying to operationalize, is a thing of concern. As far as the Himalayan borders are concerned, yes, BECA is a great helper to give you near real-time situational awareness, not near, but real-time situational awareness to engage targets on ground, which is a great thing. We have to keep this momentum. That is also.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Hi, good evening. I'm Rahul Banerjee. I'm the Managing Director at Rice and House. We are a policy think tank and specialize in foreign policy planning. I would have address my question to Dr. Bhatt. Dr. Bhatt, thank you for bringing in the human perspective and the whole security dynamics, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. My question is, how do you see non-traditional security threats, for example, climate action, right? How do you see that impacting the security architecture in the region? And when we are speaking about technology, it's not just missiles or quantum tech, or other traditional techs. It is green tech that has emerged as strategic in nature. For example, China moving into Fiji with their green technology, promoting their ideas, their ideologies, and dominating their governance structure. That has happened in Papua New Guinea as well. How does these aspects impact the security architecture in the region? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all the panelists. My question is particularly to Ambassador Singh. Admiral Singh, pardon. So we have seen that China's strategy of BRI and Pearl of Strings has been a good success. But when we have seen India's strategy of necklace of diamonds and having the bases in countries, as China is encircling the countries, we have seen. So how India's partnership with US, including in Indo-Pacific, we'll talk about particularly in AUKUS and IPF. So how our partnership is helping India to having the bases, particularly naval bases, as you are dealing with maritime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So over to you, the two questions are there for you.
Thank you for your questions. This LIMOA, RELOS, etc., they are all foundational agreements. What you put, what edifice you create on top of that foundational agreement is a lot to do with the kind of trust that you build with each other, what you require, what is it that you want. RELOS in any case hasn't come so far. What India wanted from RELOS was ability to move into the Arctic. What Russia might want. So what happens is that they are not, in sort of contestation with each other. These are foundational agreements. These have to be built on the basis of what are the requirements of each country, what are the trust levels with each country. And I think if you look at LIMOA and RELOS, with the US, we are far ahead. So I don't see that there should be too much of apprehension on the part of the US or this kind of a problem. That's what I see. As far as this BRI is concerned, BRI is in its new avatar. I think they became a little overzealous initially. There are nearly 100 odd countries where you have BRI, and the aim was obvious that use this economic clout for geo-economic coercion, for spreading your influence in the globe. We at the moment, as India is concerned, we are not really looking at global reach. If you look at ourselves, our aspirations are regional, and in the regional aspiration, I think US and other like-minded nations can get together, and like I told you before, what I think Chinese did very well was the language. That's why I mentioned the communication language. Language of development is what they've used. Whereas I think we've gone into too much of the language of contestation. There was a nice photograph I saw, somebody showed me, one of the Pacific Island nations. It was taken from the hilltop of that island, and right in front was the amphibious ready group of the US, and to the right of the picture there was this casino which was raised by the Chinese. So I mean, I hope you get the picture that if you use this smartly, use the language of contestation, customize our pitch to what people require. For example, Maldives, they're going under because of rising sea levels. President Nasheed, he was saying, when I met him, he said that if I keep pouring concrete and raising the islands, it's not going to work because I'm creating more climate change problems. So therefore, the Dutch have built them a floating city. These are the kind of solutions we have to offer them. If you're going to do a lot of mining in Australia when the Pacific Islands are going under, there's a problem. So you have to be careful on how you handle your neighbors. You talk the language of the development, look at collective maritime competence, don't start calling yourself net security provider. I've been insisting that we call ourselves preferred security and development partners. This is the language I think we have to use and get back whatever we've lost, whatever ground we've lost to the BRI, GSI, GDI, GCI, whatever you call it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pooja, the question was directly to you.
So thank you for bringing that point, and I missed on that. Actually, a lot of these countries that we're talking about, Indo-Pacific and small island countries, and as Admiral Singh also said, they're actually having existential issues. They're looking for basic climate resilient infrastructure, clean energies, methods to exploit blue economy, port for infrastructure. So these are the kind of technologies they are seeking, and a lot of these technologies are available with the US and Western world. So therefore, I think that is where most of the focus of cooperation should lie in the future, so that it actually touches the normal human being of these countries, and therefore you not only bring trust but also bring development to the region, and I think that's the way to go about it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick issue about hypersonic weapons. I think Kinzhal use in Ukraine has shown that your regular missile defense system also can address the hypersonic. The basic challenge is in hypersonic cruise missiles. I think there is a scope for Indo-U.S. collaboration over there, because that sort of a missile cannot be addressed by your existing missile defense systems. So there is a scope for that collaboration.
Thank you. I would now take the opportunity to close this session, but before this I would just take you to the future, and this is the future which the US Space Command, that is in 2019, before the Space Force was made, they did a study on the future of space, what would it be in 2060, and after they had called a lot of experts, scientists, military strategists, military thinkers, writers, to look at what it is. And ultimately, they came to a conclusion of 8 likely scenarios, depending on how technology develops, how the geopolitical situation develops and all. I just want to tell you the best case, what would happen in space. And what they say is, thousands of individuals from many nations will live and work in the low Earth orbit, and across the cislunar moon, and in Mars. Mars will be colonized. There will be human presence there, and in space, activities will be carried out to support civil, commercial, and military needs of the Earth. There will, of course, be crude-based bases on the moon as well as on the Mars. And asteroid mining, manufacturing, all will be carried out in the space. Now, this is a bit in the realms of dreams. It is for 2060, but if any of it has to happen, which I'm sure some of it will, India should also be there along with its partners. And that is where what we have to look at, our partnership to go beyond in space, to be able to be there along with the leading nations in the cislunar space and in space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a lovely panel discussion, from undersea domain to space, and likely to see the future in 2060. So that's a nice takeaway for a night dream today. Moving forward with the next panel discussion, that is on CEOs of bilateral partnership, co-design, co-develop, and co-produce. We'll be starting right after a group photo. All right, so with this, I would like to call upon the moderator and the chair of the... Kindly, everybody please be seated. We'll be shortly be breaking off for the dinner. I would like to now call upon Moderator and Chair, Colonel Baljinder Singh, Director Aerospace and Defense, USISPF. In the panelist, we have Commodore Pankaj Srivastav from Mahindra Aerospace Defense, Kriti Upadhyay, Founder Indus Tech Council, Praveen P.A., Director Aerospace and Defense Government of Telangana, and Brinda Kapoor, CEO, Third iTech. I'll request everybody to be seated so that we can start right off.
So, good evening and welcome to the last session. And I am very much aware of the time constraints that I have to rush through, and some of the panelists have contributed by not reporting here, so that way it will reduce the time for this session. And we have a couple of panelists who have to attend an important meeting and some early flights. So I'll be very brief, and I'll not try to cover the portion which I'm supposed to cover. I just wanted to highlight that there was a notable initiative in 2012 on DTTI, which was primarily aimed at co-development and co-production of defense systems, and also to work on the impediments and the bureaucratic processes, how that can be done away at that time. But somehow the grandiose ideas of DTTI faded away because of the challenges that it faced due to technology transfer couldn't be done, mismatch of expectations, and also trust issues at that time. Of course, reforms to the DTTI were later on finally worked out in 2019 and incorporated in as paras 127 and 128 in the defense acquisition processes of 2020. And then, of course, we had the ISET down, which has been spoken so much. What I want to highlight here is that the two countries always had been speaking of co-production and co-development in their mind since 2012, and they were looking at avenues, how could they work together on this. So today we are gathered to have a discussion on that, expert panel with us. I would just briefly introduce the panelists to you. We have Commander Pankaj on to my left, and he's the national head of for cyber defense and for Cenex, Mahindra Defense Systems Limited. We have Kriti. She is Vice President of Strategic Advisor at C2CI. She is also the co-founder of Indus Tech, non-profit working group to intensify US-India technology. We have Praveen to my right. He is a member of the government of Telangana. He oversees the aerospace and defense sectors and also handles other sectors in the government there. And he's very proactive in the industry that side. We have Brinda, a very known person. She is a deep tech entrepreneur. She is the CEO of aerospace company Third iTech, and this company was incubated in Delhi. She's also been part of the Berkeley Skydeck Accelerator program since 2022. And I'll cover about her more once we come to him directly. So with this as a background, I'll now hand over the mic to Pankaj. Please go ahead with your views.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So at the outset, I will just put a little disclaimer that these are my personal views because I am coming from a company and it doesn't reflect the views of Mahindra Defense Systems. So this topic of today is actually a very pertinent topic. It talks about co-design, co-develop and co-produce. I would like to add few more terms here. It can be to collaborate and coexist. Now, why it is a relevant topic is quite obvious. Because India, there is no denial that India is a booming defense market and has been historically among the top 3 defense importers in the world. And in fact, last year it was the top defense importer with a 4.7% increase in the arms import. And because of this, India remains a lucrative market to all the defense manufacturers and exporters. Also, The government in the recent past has been focused upon Make in India and how to become self-reliant or Atmanirbhar. India is also becoming a major manufacturing hub in the world. So overall, it makes a great case to discuss how India's current strengths can be utilized for creating a perfect win-win scenario with US defense industries, which are top exporters of the world. The big question is how we collaborate. The capability to absorb technologies and to undertake manufacturing has already been established through offset route in FMS projects, in which MSMEs have been participating over the years quite regularly, and the component level manufacturing is being done regularly. So what is needed here is to increase the range and scale of the component level manufacturing from not so critical to critical level component. That is what is required, which is the need for the hour. And this can also be used to support the supply chain requirements of the US companies in South Asia and other world markets. The low cost labor coupled with capability to meet critical component requirement will increase the overall cost effectiveness, which will make both Indian and US companies competitive. Validation of the quality through testing and certification is also going to help Indian industries in ensuring that high quality material, high quality products are provided to not only to the US companies but also to the Indian companies, and improving the quality as a whole. And all of this would need programs to handhold and empower Indian MSMEs for industrial collaborations. This can be done through setting of joint ventures between Indian MSMEs and US counterparts, kind of twinning. Now, when we come to the larger industries, it is not about the component level manufacturing. We have to get into the core technologies and the bigger platforms. Indian MSMEs have been making the parts, but the whole system of systems needs to be manufactured in India. Because the larger Indian companies have the capability to do the R&D, absorb the required design, meet the manufacturing requirements, and importantly undertake integration of the systems. This can be achieved through joint ventures and other arrangements, and it also creates a win-win situation. There is no doubt there will be a reluctance amongst the top companies to share the core technologies. But considering that the Indian defense industry no longer follows a nomination-based procurement, so the companies which are in competition needs to be cost effective. Also, there is a mandatory need for a higher indigenization component, and also a certain part of Make in India. All of these can be achieved in case the US companies collaborate with Indian companies for manufacturing the complete platform or the core technologies in India. There are now many examples of this being done in India for major components like manufacturing of aero engines. If there is a concern regarding meeting the quality standards which are required for the global market, there are many companies like Samsung, Hyundai, which are manufacturing products in India which meets global standards, global qualities, and are also cost effective and competitive. Also, there are many Indian companies which are making products for the world. And automobile sector is a great example of that. To achieve all this and to ensure that Make in India and as a result make for the world, the approach can be multifold. Setting up of JV for technology clusters can be one. Having dedicated technology corridors can also ensure the effectiveness if it is focused on particular area. It can be on a maritime domain, on the aero sector, sensors. It can be a focused area which is required. Depending upon the criticality and need, the option for public-private partnership can also be explored. Now, to sum up, there is no denial that joint collaboration between industries would bring the right amount of synergy, cost effectiveness, and competition, which would not only help the Indian defense market, but also help both US and Indian companies to capture the competition globally. The impetus now should be on identifying the not so critical and the critical technologies and the platforms on which work can be started, and gradually increase the range and scale of those technologies and those components so that the maximum advantage of the Indian and global markets can be ensured. Finally, there is a definite need to shift from the component level manufacturing to the core technologies. And with this, I finish, and I would love to listen to the other panelists.
Thank you, Pankaj. Yeah, Indian defense market is on the boom, and as per figures that have been leased out by the Defense Ministry, we've had sales of around $2.68 billion last year, that is about 21,000 crore, a rise of about 32% of exports of Indian products. Standard and quality is definitely to be maintained if you are looking for global exports, and looking at technology clusters, integration of joint ventures, and dedicated corridors are the way to go about with FOMs. We are looking at US and others, how we can incorporate and absorb technology in India. Let me now come to Kriti. You have been an active proponent of programs like IndoSex, and seen you passionately discuss the collaborative aspects of innovations. Do you envisage programs like IndoSex and ISET can help innovators and startups collaborate on advanced and emerging technologies and help build an alternate resilient supply chains, fostering long-term partnerships between the US and Indian startups and the Indian industries? What are your views on that?
Thank you, Colonel Baldi. Firstly, I'm always hopeful in the US-India relationship. It does help to be hopeful. Look, we've come a long way, and I don't have to repeat all the stuff that others have said, be it the signing of the foundational agreements and the fact that today India does the most amount of its bilateral, multilateral exercises with the US. Past decade, we've moved from 0 to 20+ billion pipeline of trade. But I think the question that we need to ask is, does this really live up to our potential? I mean, just think about it. The US defense budget is almost 900 billion. India just last year did 15 billion in exports, and just quick trivia there, the largest exports, defense exports, were to United States. These were the small MSMEs and startups playing their part. So when we think about that and take it in perspective, I think there's so much that we need to do. And with everything that's happening in the world, the wars raging, and the new lessons that are coming to us, if there's any time to be audacious, it's now. And we've been audacious before. We've done the 123 agreement. We've done DTTI more recently, and some of us over here had the opportunity to sort of contribute and be a part of it. We started negotiations on the RDP. So we have that potential to be really, really audacious. So how do we get there? When we talk about code design, we've made some strides. We are now doing joint challenges, and Colonel Balli and a few others here would know how much work that took to even get those joint challenges, which are joint but not really that joint. Can we really truly have joint challenges where Indian and US entrepreneurs, startups work together on common challenges? Can we have DARPA and DRDO working together? Because some of our challenges are so common. When it comes to code development, can we really leverage the expertise and knowledge that each of us have? The fact that, okay, if US has the edge in autonomous systems, Indian generals and Indian scientists and others have really critical data that would enable those autonomous systems to work in some of the most treacherous terrains. If US has great logistics drones, and we all know we need some logistics drones, Indian folks know how to maneuver and work around those A2AD systems. Just think about it. Together, how much stronger can we really be? And when it comes to co-production, I think this is a no-brainer. This is something that should have been happening yesterday. Look, let's not forget that the US does have the technological and military edge. But in sustaining that edge, it needs friends. It needs friends like India, and this is not something that I'm saying. This is something that was echoed years back in the various national defense strategies and the great work of Secretary Carter, Bob Burks, and others. Today, it's much more expensive to build a platform or system in the United States than it was 10 years, 20 years before, and this is all adjusted for inflation. That's where countries like India come in. That's how countries like India, while working on those projects, really assimilate and learn on the job and also get some tech. right? So when we work together, we are providing that cost efficiency that not only makes these systems more palatable to India, but also in markets where costs are really a point breaker, right? Southeast Asia, Africa, so on and so forth. Secondly, there's also a component of capacity. If anything, the past few years, the wars that are raging have taught us that, different people take different lessons from wars. Some people will say it tells you that you need to be very, very self-focused, you need to look inward, you need to be self-reliant. I think it teaches you that you need friends more than ever. I was hoping that Samit will be here so I could give him a little plug here, that US was making like 1,000 Excalibur each year. Last year it was pretty much selling out 1,000 Excalibur every month. Where's that capacity going to come from? You need friends. You need to co-op friends so that you can get there. Today, we thought gone are the days of artillery and World War II type wars, but guess what? Last 2 years have taught us that it's all munitions, munitions, munitions. And to beat those capacities, we need our friends. So I'm going to end very quickly with that, but also just one more thing on being audacious. And this comes from some of my own professional experience. Last year, we set up this little ODC, just 30 people working in Hyderabad, Bangalore, that do a lot of CAD-CAM that eventually flows into some of the systems that DoD uses. Why can't we do that at scale? Why can't we replicate the pharma and IT revolution into defense systems, into defense technology? I know that there are a lot of problems. I'm not going to get into that today. There's still lots that needs to be done with export controls, ITAR. There's a lot of ease of doing business that needs to happen on the Indian side. But I think if there's any time to be audacious and really, put our sleeves up and try working on these things, it's now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kriti. Resonating with the idea of working together, yes, like Ashley told, so much of capacity needs to be built because, America realizes it has been drawn into so many sectors across. And yes, what best if, DARPA and DRD could work together and other institutions of US and India, if they can work together and, bring that technology that has been eluding India for a long time. Joint challenges is one area, yes, I feel, we've always been working on one or two joint challenges. There is a need to, get these joint challenges from the services in a manner that would be productive to both the governments and both the services, really, rather than just doing it for the sake of it. On the point of export controls, I think US has been audacious. Now it's getting audacious because last year they held a seminar on ITARs and ERs, and this time again, just for the information of the audience here, there are 3 seminars that are being held on 12th, 15th and 17th in Delhi, Hyderabad and Ahmedabad on export controls. I think that will go a long way, and we are having the space sector and the semiconductor sector attending that. So I think both the countries are getting audacious on that. Thank you, and let me get on to Praveen now. Praveen, Telangana has been proactively pursuing the industry to set up bases in this state, especially A&D. And I am aware, you have a SEZ just adjacent to the airport, where we have the JVs of Boeing and Lockheed there. How important is the role of MSMEs, because they play an important role there, and what do you think are the certain challenges that MSMEs are facing? I would also like you to kind of highlight what Telangana government is doing to promote manufacturing and defense in their state.
Thank you, Colonel Singh. So Telangana was formed in 2014 as a new state, but then this is a very historical city, 400-year-old city, and very, very strategic for the country for long years. We had, we were lucky to have DRDO headquartered there. A large number of DRDO and DPSU labs were there for the last 6-7 decades. And many of these scientists who worked there had kind of branched out and set up their own small shops, initially as MSMEs, but now many of them have grown into large companies who are contributing to a lot of programs, domestic as well as the exports. So MSMEs in aerospace and defense is not driven by Atmanirbhar. They have been there for 30-40 years now, and now they are getting the opportunity which is opened up both in terms of the export opportunities as well as all those restricted technologies for the industry to deliver is coming to the industry, which has already been doing that for the DPSUs. We also, from a state government side, almost all the policies which are mentioned since morning between US and India are federal in nature. I mean, a lot of discussions bilateral happen there where the state doesn't have much of a role. Where the state comes in is where we can actually enable, facilitate the industry to kind of really set up once everything is set ready, where will they set it up? So Telangana has got two advantages. One is, I mentioned earlier, we got almost a large number of MSMEs. Today, I think it's more than 1,500 MSMEs exclusively doing work for aerospace and defense today. And there's another link with the US because we've got the largest expat population. In fact, it's not that, maybe it's also the largest defense, almost all the JVs which Lockheed, Boeing, GE, etc. is having, the manufacturing which is happening, it's all 100% exported. So defense export to US, a significant contribution comes from Telangana region. But even manpower export also. Like the number of Telugus in probably US is crossing 1.2 million. And in fact, every year 60,000-70,000 people go there. So what it essentially means is many of them, when they want to come back, and there's a lot of exchange of manpower which is there already in various industries on IT as well as electronics as well as defense and aerospace. So we have a lot of ease of kind of really transitioning. If US companies want to set up in India, then probably Telangana would be their choice because many of them will kind of really want to come back to the home state. From a state government side, what we have done is we have identified aerospace and defense as a thrust sector. We have created dedicated parks. It's not just one park, sir. We have got 7-8 of them now. We have got 2 aerospace SEZs, one near the airport, the other near a place called Adipatla, which was one of the first SEZs set up by a state. We also have the largest electronic manufacturing cluster, more than 900 acres, where we kind of push the defense electronics and the avionics companies. We have the country's only dedicated composite park, where around 60 odd composite manufacturers have now set up. Now these use of composite in aerospace and defense is increasing, and that's something which you've also seen. The state has a very innovative policies. I mean, in fact, we were the first state to come up with a drone policy, the first state to come up with a space policy, first state to come up with the BV laws. The first flight of beyond visual line of sight was encouraged or rather facilitated in Telangana. And a large number of startups were also engaged in aerospace and defense side. We have created 2 large incubators, the T-Hub and T-Works, which is well known. But the state also has, Hyderabad city itself has more than 75 accelerators and incubators, and many of them are nurturing multiple of these startups who are catering to the opportunities coming up there. So that is one thing. And it takes a small time gap for these startups to become MSMEs. So they also will add to the MSME pool. Beyond that, what we have done at the state level is to bring more anchor investors, because eternally the problem of aerospace and defense always has been the dependency on 1 or 2 of the principals, which either the DPSU is giving, and many of them will get development orders, but they will never get commercial orders later. So always there was a concern regarding whether I'll get follow-on orders or not. So what we have done is to attract a large number of foreign OEMs, and a lot of them from the US, Lockheed, Boeing. In fact, Safran was there in Bangalore for 4 decades. I think they have now in the last, from 2018 to 2024, they've committed close to 2,000 crores in 4-5 projects now. In fact, recently we had done an event, and a very focused MSME conclave in Hyderabad, July 1 to 3, called Aeromart Hyderabad. We had participation of 200 companies from 15 countries. 700 plus delegates came in, and 3,500 very serious B2B meet happened. It was not a public event. You will not find that information in general press or anything, but it was a very, very focused event. Everyone was happy. But the output of it was that the MSMEs got to meet the key decision makers of all the OEMs, and each of these meetings would translate into more investment. So as a state, we also sponsor or as well as support a lot of the supply chain meets for the OEMs. We have done that for Boeing, we have done that for Airbus, we have now probably discussing with few others, etc. So these are some of the key initiatives. Space, again, the 2 main space startup, Dhruva Space as well as Cairo, came up from Hyderabad. In fact, the National Center for Additive Manufacturing is in Hyderabad. So when we talk about 3D printing, the key center is here. So at a state level, we also give pilot projects to the startups to try out the use cases. That happened in drones. Used few startups, we gave some mosquito repellent spray, etc., etc. So when it comes to Indo-U.S. Partnership, and when the country is more and more kind of focused on manufacturing in India, procuring from what is manufactured in India, the access to the opportunities available to India will eventually be either you kind of set up in India, or probably have JVs in India, or probably have a tech transfer sort of an arrangement there. But who are those companies who has the ability or the capability to absorb it? So today, as I say, 1,500 companies in Telangana who have been supplying to aerospace and defense, doing military-grade manufacturing for so long, are the right kind of community where these OEMs and the tier ones can talk to and see what is possible to kind of really tap the opportunity. And we also, just the last point is, for the last 8 years, Telangana has retained the position of #1 state for aerospace. In fact, there's an award which Ministry of Civil Aviation gives. And in 2020-21, we also won the international award. We won the the most cost-effective aerospace city. This came up in a ranking by Financial Times, FDA rankings, and that was very, very timely, because that was during COVID time when everyone was looking around low-cost destination. We had a lot of inquiries coming in. So this momentum is sustained, and that's something which we do at the state level, sir.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Praveen. With large number of MSMEs all waiting for opportunities to co-produce and co-develop within India, I think the field is really set for developing technologies. I, for one, am aware that many of these MSMEs are attached to the supply chains of the US primes here, from anywhere to around 100 to 400 MSMEs, and that is a vast number. It gives a lot of boost to technology, maybe at a component level at the moment, but in times to come, with the technology that we're talking about, MQ-9Bs and jet engine technologies, I think more and more MSMEs would be working along with these primes and getting the requisite technology. I'll come to Vrinda now. She's been a co-founder of 2 startups, and I would say she has tasted the first commercial success of making in India or co-producing, co-development, I would say that way. Congratulations to you and Vinayak. ICIT fact sheet mentioned your collaboration with US Space Force on space situational awareness, IR sensors and semiconductors, in addition to your partnership with GA for the ISR model. How have you been able to achieve this? Because this is one company which has been able to do this, and this actually is a kind of a model for others to follow. And just can you talk us about your experience in defense technology innovation cooperation, and how do you plan to scale up your thing as a major defense player now?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your kind words. So I'm normally a little cynical and a little direct, so pardon that for a few minutes. So when we think about Atmanirbhar Bharat, there are really 2 ways that we can think about it. We can think about India being self-reliant in manufacturing. And to a very large extent, we have manufacturing capability, which not only we can leverage for ourselves, but we can also support other countries in times of crisis. But really, is that Atmanirbhar? Because we are dependent on so many countries for so much. And are we even willing to admit it? So that was the genesis of our company. Can we be truly Atmanirbhar from the chip to the system? And it's a long journey. It takes years to put up a team, because these aren't technologies that anybody has ever bothered to build in India. Buying something off the shelf and integrating it, and I'm not trivializing that for a minute because that is hard. But I don't think anybody knows the perils of licensed production that India does. Right? If you talk to military veterans from the 60s and 70s, and those who've seen even the situation up until now, we are aware of the constraints that come with licensed production, of how our hands are tied, of what we are unable to do with it. And if we don't find a way to dig ourselves out of that trap, if we don't find a way to be Atmanirbhar in that letter and spirit, then everything that we have on the manufacturing side can one day be shut down. Again, For everybody in this room, Pokhran was not that long ago. Our entire Air Force's entire fleet was grounded overnight for lack of one oxygen can. Right? We need to remember our own history and go back to grassroots. We need to become Atmanirbhar from every component up to the final system. And I think there's no better partner in that than the United States, because they've realized one thing, is that technology is the most critical diplomatic currency of our time. And I think that's why I believe that ISET is an opportunity for both sides. Can we create resilience in supply chains for the United States by bringing critical technology development, not manufacturing, up in India? Can we use the 60-year, 70-year head start and hegemony that the United States has to build knowledge in this country, which can see both countries through the next 50 years of what is proving to be a very, very disastrous geopolitical climate? Right? That is the partnership that I think about in terms of co-design and co-development. And my colleague says it very well. We have to co-imagine, to co-design and co-develop together, to really take advantage of what an initiative and collaboration on critical and emerging technology looks like. Now, the governments on both sides have done everything that is possible, right? They've literally given us a green light to work together on semiconductors and jet engines. Are we as industry doing a disservice by not being more audacious, by not asking for more, right? We keep talking about, we have a tendency to focus on the best parts of the equation. It's like an iceberg, where we focus on everything that's going well and we don't spend enough time figuring out how to solve all of that depth under the surface. And I think the only thing left from the governments to provide to us is orders, because defense is effectively a government is a market maker. So that's one area that we can ask them for more support. But other than that, we have all of the keys to the kingdom. You know, we talk about ITAR and export control, and we've been talking about it since I started my career in 2019. I've heard about ITAR and export control. But I have to tell you, my own experiences have been very different. My colleague and I have made the most audacious requests from US government. And while yes, it takes time because they have processes that are not perfect, the approvals have come eventually, right? And it's been one of the most empowering journeys to see that I can talk about co-developing missile technology. And the White House and the State Department are open to that conversation. They're inviting us in to have that conversation, right? So I don't think the question is as simple as saying that export control rules need to change or, you know, things need to change. I think it's up to us as industry to reimagine what this partnership looks like, given the new frameworks that we have in place and all of the progress that has happened. And I think that we forget from DTTI to ISET what an incredible journey it's been in terms of legislative openness. And I don't think we're doing enough to take advantage of that. So that's the cynical part of my thought process. The second is that I don't think we're going to have this opportunity for a very long time. I think we have a 20-year window for the United States and India to really make the most of all of the groundwork that's been done in the last 2 decades. Otherwise, we're going to miss an opportunity entirely, and the Indo-Pacific is going to be in a very different state than what we see or what we can unlock today. And I say this again, from the 1960s till now, we have been stuck in an era of knowledge, of transfer of technology, right? Everybody, if you talk to most industry and most governments, we are all very familiar with both the advantages but also the constraints of transfer of technology. Simple things like proximity fuses. We are still struggling to modify transferred technology that we have had and that we've been manufacturing for the last 30 years. What we need to think about is how do we create knowledge partnerships. We have everything in this country today to absorb transfers of technology and build on that. But are we doing it? Are there legislative reasons we are not doing it? Are there economical reasons we are not doing it? I think we need to have a very honest conversation amongst the services and the defense industry to see what more the government needs to do to enable this to happen. But the ask has to be very specific. We want to work together in co-imagine, co-design, co-develop, co-produce. Otherwise, all we will keep doing even 20 years later is talk about how export control laws need to be changed. So the third part of it is, when we talk about a supply chain, even in the commercial world, COVID showed us how fragile our supply chains are. We have seen that become more critical, especially on the military side with Ukraine, with Israel. We need to create shared capability, but shared capability comes from equal partnerships. We need to really think through how we create a partnership of equals on both sides. Now, there's a fundamental difference in how the US defense industrial ecosystem works and how the Indian defense industrial ecosystem works. And we have to find a way to bridge that gap in mindset. Right? As a friend of mine from one of the big American primes told me about 4 years ago, he said, we don't move an inch until the government pays us. Now, it's a very different environment here in India where that openness or it's not, I don't even think it's about openness. I think that construct doesn't even exist, right? Here, everybody is talking about investment upfront for orders later. So we need to find that middle ground. And as I said, I think the only thing left from the government side is to create that mandate for orders so that we can actually work together. But I think we're in a very tricky position where we have a couple of years to rethink this from an industry perspective. Otherwise, all the momentum, all of the talk, all of the bilateral agreements, and all of the push is going to come to not much achieved on the actual, on what we can actually achieve from this partnership together. Thank you.
Thank you, Venda. That was a really wonderful insight to your journey here in developing Third Eye Tech and 114 AI. Knowledge partnership, yes, that comes with a lot of trust, and I think in India and US have now traveled that distance to start trusting each other. And legislative openness can be seen in government policies, and how audacious we can become is now left to the industry to, stop being suspicious about it and take and go into, technology transfer, into JVs, into co-development, co-production. We have already missed certain opportunities in time, which were offered to us, probably a timeline 20 years behind, back what we are today as a defense technology manufacturing country. We could have been long ago, upstepped. Funding has always been a problem in the defense sector because no investor wants to put the money and, and look at ROIs for 9 years or 10 years. And for innovators who are working here in startups, that is a big issue. And I think Indosec people and their DIU are working hell-bent on, getting some fund going, which can be government supported, but it cannot be purely government. It has to be a private fund to go and help innovators there. So a lot of thought process has to go into how we can build this partnership in times to come. So with that, we finished, and I would like to take a couple of questions if you have any. Yeah, ma'am. I think you were the first one to. Okay. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, just hold on, because I think the audience behind are not able to listen to your question. Can the mic be switched on, please?
Hello. Yeah. So this is Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe from Delhi. I've got 2 questions. One to Mr. Praveen PA and the other to ma'am here. Now, my first one is to Mr. Praveen. He has set up one of the best MROs possible for engines, Safran, which is a French company. Now, my question is that have you thought of establishing something like that for the Americans and Indian MROs, not only on, I'm not talking of engine alone because that leaves you only with GE. So I'm talking of component MRO as well as airframes. So that is my question to you. Shall I continue with the question for...
Go ahead with the second question, we'll answer that.
So my question, ma'am, is that we have had a series of 5, to be precise, positive indigenization lists. So gets you nearer to Atmanirbharta. Now, does that not affect the supply chain and the end of the day, finishing your product on time, if you have to suddenly start making all this and then, it's a real, at the end of the day, it could be a problematic situation for the industry on both the sides, So,
Praveen, can you go from the first
one? In fact, regarding MRO, Hyderabad had, for the aerostructures, we had GMR Aerospace, GMR MRO, Aerotechnic, and Air India Engineering Services Limited was there earlier. Recently, Boeing made the announcement that the first freighter conversion line in India will be in Hyderabad, and also Spirit Aerosystems also have announced their MRO in Hyderabad. You mentioned, ma'am, regarding the engine MRO. In fact, even before the discussion with Safran started, my first experience of visiting an MRO was when Pratt & Whitney had taken me to Singapore to show their MRO, because there was a serious discussion going on but MRO business is a global business. In fact, they also have to look at the business case across. They may be having around 7, 8, and a Singapore MRO may have India as part of their business, in their business equation, right? So when they create something new here, then they need to really see whether it kind of makes the Singapore one viable. So it's a very, very complex equation. And COVID played spoil sport. So a lot of these foreign OEMs who were planning for MROs have slowed down, but discussions are on. Similarly, on the component MRO also discussions are on. Avionics MRO, we are kind of having discussion. I don't want to name the companies till it is kind of really framed up. But yes, I think Hyderabad has now, with the Safran, the largest MRO by an OEM in India for the CFM engine, which came in recently, 1,500 crore investment, was a big thing. And that has now established Hyderabad as an MRO hub for aerostructures, for aero engines, and possibly for the avionics and the components as well. So we are having discussions. I mean, there's an ongoing process.
So I'll just add a bit here, ma'am. Since we have done some advocacy from the MROs in India, and by the virtue of that, we've been able to, it's a tax structure in India. Firstly, whenever the planes are, are contracted or leased out, it is one time in 20 years that is done. And during the time of purchase of these things, they are contracted. Where will they go for their component maintenance and engine maintenance? It is part of that contract. So India has missed that bus 20 years ago. So next time whenever there are purchases, India has to be alert on that. That is one. Secondly, the kind of tax structure that we have, inverted tax structures, the GST on components, aviation components that are imported from outside, because we don't have spares in India to do that. So the tax rates from anywhere between 5 to 28%. There are VAT, and there is GST on fuels, lubricants, so many things, and we have inverted tax structures. Due to the advocacy which we have done in the GST Council this time, they have announced that the import of aviation components will only be a GST of 5%, which is a very, very big win for Indian aviation sector. So, and 80% MRO is component and engine MROs, and there is no one who's doing component and engine MRO in India as yet. So we are just doing frame MROs and line hanger maintenances. They are very, very basic, because I know the people, AISL and Airworks and GMR Tech. These companies are there, and I have had a very long interaction on that, because I gave the government a white paper on this. So it is not so much in India. We still have to build a lot of ground on that.
Let me add one more point to it. Last year, I had visited a couple of MROs in the US. I had visited the Collins MRO in Connecticut. I had visited a few of the smaller MROs in Miami. In fact, there's a new business case which is emerging there, because post-COVID, many of the suppliers, US suppliers, when they stopped getting their orders, they kind of either pivoted or they stopped, and many of them lost their key technicians. So today, all the MRO houses, many of the MRO houses which I visited in the US were having engines opened up waiting for small parts to come from somewhere, and it takes a couple of years to kind of develop a new supplier. And that is the opportunity which today India has in terms of really, showing up and saying that, boss, if I can kind of do that, even in smaller volumes, that can be a stepping stone towards that.
No, thank you. I think it's a great question. So governments do one thing very well, right? There are big, bold announcements. So the positive indigenization lists were one big, bold announcement, and it should have had a ripple effect across the ecosystem. But I can guarantee that we'll go back year on year on this, and until there is a coordinated effort that is driven from the government itself, 5 years later, we will be saying that, oops, we've slipped 5 years. So my question is that we need to, let me try and take another idea to this. We have a lot of innovation schemes within the government of India focused on defense. We have the IDEX scheme, we have the TDF scheme of DRDO, we've now got Aditi scheme of IDEX. Why aren't we taking up the indigenization of items on the positive indigenization list that are high technology? Why can't those be taken up as items to be indigenized under these schemes? Create a business case, right? Give a demand aggregation, provide funding support, and that's when these things will happen. So I think the issue is, the issue fundamentally remains that we need to have a fully coordinated impact on this, right? Otherwise it's not going to have outcomes.
Good evening, sir. I'm Group Captain Aditya Tiwari. I'm from Directorate of Aerospace Design from Air Headquarters, and we are looking after IDEX, MAKE, TDF, all these cases. So my question is not pertaining to it and not a rebuttal to anything which has been said. Question is simple, sir. We have been talking about TOT and less of R&D. So TOT is fantastically good for business. People save foreign exchange as a country. We save, and some people get foreign exchange by means of export. Very good idea. But how long are we going to sustain like that? For that, we have to have our own research. And where does the research germinate? It germinates either in the government labs, or it germinates in places like IITs, for which they bring the TRL level to 3, and thereafter they keep fending for some other person to come up. So the private industry, and including the government, we need to handle those kind of TRLs, and we need to bring it to TRL 7, 8, 9, where the defense services, they get a product out of it. So as of now, we don't have a middle path. We have TRL 0 to 3, then we have TRL 7 to 10, but we don't have anything in between. And to bridge this gap is what we need, and as a collaborative effort, and everything if the government does, then we'll go back to the communist era. I think the private industry, we need their support for this.
So what you said is absolutely right, because even the positive indigenization list was made to kind of secure the domestic market, and these were not the very high-tech kind of components. R&D is one area where India is lacking too much if you compare to US. If I quote a figure, the kind of budget that US allocates in R&D and the budget that India allocates to R&D, Indian budget is just around 4% of what US allocates to R&D. So we are nowhere there. But yes, a lot needs to be done. They are developing labs now. The R&D fund is being distributed to IITs and universities, so that some research can be done there. But yes, to bring up the item from TRL 3 to TRL 7 is where the vacuum lies, and that is why agencies like TDAC, Indesex, and they are. And think tanks, they have to work together and realize how we can, upgrade this technology to those TRL levels. I agree with you.
So I'd just like to add a point. So, so the bridge from TRL 7 to TRL 8 is everywhere in the world filled by startups. Right? That's the role that startups have played in technology development cycles and in aerospace and defense and all of these, and especially in high-tech sectors like aerospace and defense. But if you see the viability of most of those companies, the viability is provided by the government. So the Small Business Innovation Research Program and other programs like that in the US, and you even see that in Israel. For that matter, there is a lovely book which talks about how how state sponsorship, right, is almost 70% of what makes most of these technologies viable. Right? So unfortunately, the reality is that that first bridge of proving a Mad Hatter concept into a stable product is a 5 to 7 year long process, which is essentially must be state sponsored. The problem is that even after that, there is still a pathway to product. So we need to understand that there are two separate pools of capital that are required from the state side to be able to bridge the gap from academic output to a minimum viable product or a technology demonstrator, and then from a technology demonstrator into a final product. There's still two different pools of capital, but they all need to be done by startups.
I would like to add one more point, sir. While finance has been, or funding has been the major issue, the last 2 years, thanks to a lot of successful IPOs which has happened, there's a lot of private funding which has come into aerospace and defense now. In fact, I am being asked by a lot of new, the traditional VCs also to find out opportunities where they can put in. So things are changing. There is more acceptance to kind of funding aerospace and defense startups. I think that will also kind of really take off this problem.
Thank you, Praveen. I think it's time, and most of you people are waiting for dinner. I don't want to hold you for that. All that remains for me is to thank the panel and lovely audience. Sitting through the last session is really terrible, and I had that onerous task of finishing it much in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for 2 rounds of applause, please. One for our lovely panel discussion, and another day for a good end to the day. Thank you. I would request everybody to come at the front. We'll have a group photo. Also, a networking dinner is there at the front lawns, which is when you exit on the right-hand side. So I would request everybody to join us for the networking dinner and take on the conversation. I'm sure many of you would have a lot of questions where you can have one-on-one. Tomorrow we start at 8:30. Everyone, tomorrow we start at 8:30. Please enjoy your dinner. And there are 2 big panel discussions tomorrow. Hope to see everybody tomorrow at 8:30.